This House is in Standing Finance Committee.
Mr. Chairman, Head 32, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, in the amount of $65,608,446.
Honourable Member for St. James Central.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. I seek your permission to allow my team to join me on the well of the House for deliberation on this head.
So granted, Minister. Good morning to everyone. Before we get started, let me indicate and advise for those who are here for the first time of this process, and also to remind honorable members of how the proceedings go. Honorable Minister, you will be given 10 minutes to give an overview, your opening remarks on this ministry. You are also allowed 5 minutes in response to any questions or queries that may be raised by honorable members. The members of your team, before they begin to speak, we're asking that you give your name and the role or your title of your job. Honorable members are reminded that questions to ministers should not exceed 3 minutes, and you're allowed 3 supplementary questions at any one intervention. But of course, you are free to, having given away at that point in time, you are free to come again. Honorable Member, Honorable Minister, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps I should begin by introducing to you the members of the team who are with me. I have to my left Permanent Secretary Ms. Simone Rudder, and to my right, Acting Permanent Secretary Joyanne Skinner. You will ask, no doubt, sir, why one is Permanent Secretary and why the other is acting. P.S. Rudder has been good enough to come off of vacation leave so as to be with us here today. Behind me, sir, would be Dr. Louis Woodruff, who is Director General of the Productive Sector. Ms. Kay Seeley, Director of Trade, Ms. Risa Lane, Chief of Protocol, Mr. Agard Evans, our Chief Economist in the Trade Division, Mrs. Tricia King, Senior Foreign Service Officer for Europe, Asia, and the Americas, Mrs. Sandra Gittins, Senior Foreign Service Officer for CARICOM and Caribbean, Mr. Tyrone Brathwaite, Human Rights and Multilateral Relations, Senior Foreign Service Officer, Mr. Ricardo Kelman, Hemispheric Relations Senior Foreign Service Officer, and Mr. Carlos Wharton, who is the National Coordinator of UNCTAD 15. I think I may have omitted the Deputy Permanent Secretary, and I apologize for that, Jane Brathwaite. And I said the Chief of Protocol, yes. Now, Mr. Chairman, let me begin by saying that it is really a pleasure to be able to bring this team before this House. It really is the first time that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade has had an opportunity to present in this format. And quite frankly, to the best of my recollection, it will be the first time that the Head 32 with respect to the business of foreign affairs and foreign trade has been cross-examined in any significant way before this House in the estimates process over the course of the last decade and a half. The opportunity to discuss our mandate, sir, is very important, and I welcome that. Let me start by saying that there's nothing esoteric about that which we do. It is reflective of Barbados's national interests and Barbados's priorities, and effectively what we perform is a twofold task. With respect to the international community, we are trying to promote peace, we are trying to promote security and opportunities for development, remembering at all times that ours is a diplomacy, not of power, but a diplomacy of development. The effort on the second prong of our agenda is that we align those objectives of peace, security, and development with Barbados's economic, social, and political interests. And those goals are advanced, sir, via 4 theaters of endeavor. The first is the effort to strengthen our traditional bilateral relationships, and at the same time to forge new and non-traditional relationships. And we have done this by extending the diplomatic footprint of the country so that we now have 14 embassies across the world and 3 consulates general. And within the estimates which are now before us, we have set aside funds to begin work in yet another embassy. The second theater of endeavor, sir, is the effort to reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism and to build alliances with like-minded states. And what do I mean by that specifically, sir? I mean working with organizations like the World Trade Organization, the United Nations, the Organization of American States, CARICOM, sir, so that we can find partners with whom we share common interests, especially as it helps us to advance not only Barbados's specific small island concerns, but where those concerns also reflect and align with the common heritage of mankind. The third theater, sir, is very important. It's about increasing the levels of trade and commercial diplomacy with which this country is engaged. And we do this, sir, via building a network of trade agreements across the world, and by trying to evolve from non-reciprocal and preferential-based arrangements. And I'd be happy to have the opportunity to elaborate on some of this further, because we have enjoyed arrangements with the United States of America and with Canada, who are major trading partners, but we must now forge more mature and more fit for purpose trade agreements as opposed to arrangements in which the country stands and the region stands on their own 2 feet with respect to finding markets and with respect to making sure that those things which are of greatest significance to us economically are able to be traded in CARICOM, between CARICOM and the United States of America and Canada. I would just add on that score, Mr. Chairman, that these estimates reflect a commitment of 3.2 of $5 million dedicated to the Division of Foreign Trade, and that is with respect to the prosecution of a more robust trade agenda. And we can already point to some significant advantages or benefits being derived from the efforts we've made with respect to Barbados' international trade already. If you look at the figures between 2020 and 2021, our exports were $447 million. In last year, sir, they had risen to $502 million. And obviously, we would want to see that continue to escalate. The fourth area of endeavor, sir, is equally important. And that, simply put, is the effort to ramp up our outreach to the Barbados diaspora and to use or leverage the skills of the Barbadian diaspora, the financial weight of the Barbadian diaspora, the goodwill, and the influence and contacts that they have in all of the different quarters and capitals of the world where they reside, and to bring them to bear on Barbados' economic development as best we can. Mr. Chairman, I spent some time talking about the need to strengthen traditional bilateral relationships, and I could condescend to specifics if you allow me to. When I speak of traditional relationships, I'm speaking about the relationships we have, for example, with the Caribbean, CARICOM. I'm speaking about the relationships which we all know we enjoy with North America and Canada, Europe. But beyond that, sir, there's a need to forge new and non-traditional relationships. And it is for that reason that we have created new missions and non-resident accreditations, and have non-resident accreditations across the world now. We envisage and as I said, we've already committed resources to it in these estimates, that during the course of this financial year, we will expand our diplomatic footprint into Ireland. And that is very important because of the heritage relationship which this country has. 1620 and onwards, there has been a heritage relationship with Ireland, and that has transformed itself into an investment relationship with Ireland. We are already in Ghana, we are already in Kenya, United Arab Emirates, and the advantages of this, sir, is not just to have new embassies created so that the Minister of Foreign Affairs can fly about. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we are building people-to-people contact. And this is very important. We are laying the platforms for economic diversification and economic transformation. And I give you specific examples. The relationship which we now have with the United Arab Emirates has extended our reach for the first time in history into the Gulf states at a time when we ourselves are trying to build out a platform economically for gas exploration, natural gas exploration offshore Barbados, and yes, even oil if it is to be located. And the reality is, sir, that is a strategic alliance with a set of countries whose bread and butter is, in fact, that type of endeavor. Again, we have built out relationships through Kenya to Rwanda, and I should say that last month our High Commissioner to Kenya was accredited to Rwanda, so that Barbados' diplomatic footprint now extends into Central Africa as well. And this has allowed us to do some work with respect to the preparation of the diversification of our economy into the development of pharmaceuticals manufacturing in this country. Kenya, of course, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, sir, is significant because it is the United Nations permanent mission to Nairobi's location. And through that mission, tremendous work is done with regard to matters of significant existential importance to Barbados. I need not stress, Mr. Speaker, sir, the importance of the work that we're doing on the climate crisis, and the United Nations Environmental Program is headquartered in Kenya. The Bridgetown Initiative, which the world is now buying into, and I have the privilege of saying to this honorable chamber, sir, that in a couple of days, the Prime Minister and myself will go to France to meet with President Macron, who has urged that he be allowed to form part of a cooperative agreement with Barbados so that there can be a summit allowing him to use his global reach as a G7 leader to help us to advance the Bridgetown Initiative. By no stretch of the imagination, sir, could we have envisaged that this type of relationship would have been fostered for this country 10 years ago. The UN Habitat headquarters is also in Kenya, sir. Socially and environmentally sustainable housing is the mission of the UN Habitat. And of course, socially and environmentally sustainable housing is the mission of the Minister of Housing in this administration. And so therefore, there are those synergies which the foreign affairs effort helps us to build out and to continue to advance. And we utilize, sir, in this process, a country team for external coordination approach. This government in March of 2021 would have had its cabinet approve the country team for external coordination as a platform, sir, for strategic collaboration and to offer policy support to the diplomatic efforts that I've just been talking about. And we support that, sir, via the introduction now for the first time in a serious way into our foreign policy endeavor by having commercial and cultural officers located within the missions that we are establishing. We already have one such officer in Accra, in Ghana. We also, sir, are utilizing diasporic relations officers in those capitals where there are a significant amount of the diaspora. So that, for example, we already have one in London, and it is our intention very shortly to have another in Toronto. And this, in turn, sir, facilitates the commercial diplomacy network and creates an opportunity for the country to have the benefit of an integrated platform for the export of its goods and services, while at the same time having inward flow of investment for Barbados, and in turn laying the foundation for further growth, further economic transformation, and further development. I would have, sir, it would be remiss of me not to speak a little bit about CARICOM, because that is an area where we have to continue to prioritize increased and strengthened engagement. This Honourable Chamber would wish to note that when I had the privilege of serving in this ministry as a novitiate minister in 2003-04, we, sir, were at a stage where 52% of our exports went to the CARICOM region. Today, 60% of Barbados's exports go to CARICOM. So you see, sir, that CARICOM is growing in importance for us. And the relationship which we have with CARICOM is quite unique because it is the only region in the world with whom Barbados enjoys a trade surplus. And in this regard, we are trying to deepen our relationships with CARICOM, and I would want to highlight in that aspect, sir, the relationship which we have built with the Irfan Ali administration in the People's Cooperative Republic of Guyana. President Ali has invited Barbados and Barbadians to invest and to take advantage of economic opportunities in Guyana, and we aim to facilitate and encourage that type of investment, and we have already built tremendous bridges and made significant strides in the agricultural sector in particular. It will all be done under the continued framework of the Barbados-Guyana Joint Economic and Technical Cooperation Agreement, which was signed in 2002, I believe. And it will speak to a plurality of sectors, including tourism, including agriculture, including hospitality, including air services, fisheries, maritime affairs, sir. The list is perhaps too long to go into at this point, but I would welcome any opportunities to elaborate further. Mr. Chairman, I would want to say one quick word about trade and its significance. The World Trade Organization had its 12th ministerial conference in June of last year. This House, sir, should take note of the fact that our immediate past minister, Senator Dr. the Most Honourable Jerome Walcott, in his capacity as the conference vice chair, coordinated and concluded significant discussions on a thematic session which is entitled Trade-Related Aspects of International Property Rights in Public Health. Now, Mr. Chairman, I draw this to your attention because out of those discussions has come a World Trade Organization ministerial directive on this agreement, and it now provides a platform for states to work together to diversify vaccine production capacity. And therefore, sir, over the course of the next 5 years, Barbados, and states like Barbados will be able to override the exclusive effect of patents through a targeted waiver that addresses the specific problem of facilitating and streamlining vaccine production and vaccine exports. To put it very simply, sir, because of the untiring and very dedicated efforts of the officers of the Division of Foreign Trade, some of whom are sitting behind me, and because of the sterling quality of leadership brought to the Division of Foreign Trade by Minister Walcott, and at that time assisting him was also Minister Husbands, who is now next to me but was not here when I started. Mr. Chairman, this country has been in a position where we have been able to lay the platform for vaccine production and obviously vaccine export in a manner and in a way that was completely unthinkable prior to this. I am indebted, and I would want to urge, sir, that this House also demonstrate its indebtedness to the leadership brought to bear on this matter by those persons who were in the center of the endeavor. Mr. Chairman, I do not know that it is necessary for me to delay the House further. I would want at this stage to thank you for your indulgence and to offer you the opportunity to allow colleagues to ask any questions that they might consider necessary.
Minister, move the head.
Beg to move, sir, that head 32 stand part.
Thank you. Honourable member for Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Senior Minister, for coming in with your team to be able to answer some questions. First, let me congratulate you on taking up the mantle left by the most honourable predecessor, your former Minister of Foreign Affairs. And obviously you've been doing, and before you him, and you've continued the good work that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade have done for the people of Barbados. And I salute you for doing that tremendous job. I want to focus first, my first question would be that on Guyana. And I had the wonderful privilege visiting Guyana at the request of the President on 2 occasions. The first one was to open their first photovoltaic farm. And at that meeting, I was able to explain to them the tremendous work that we're doing in Barbados with photovoltaics and renewable energy. And they're very keen to be able to expand the renewable energy sector, particularly in far-flung districts that don't have access or easy access to the grid in their country. As you know, Guyana is very vast, and they have many areas that don't have access to the grid appropriately. And then the other one was obviously with respect to housing and developing our housing ties and seeing what they were doing in housing and see how we could borrow from their experience here. So I want you to expand, because obviously the work that we're doing in Guyana is important and tremendous work. And I was hoping if you could expand what are the further plans that the ministry would have to be able to further strengthen the strong relations that we already have with Guyana. And I want to be clear, I have family in Guyana, and whenever I go down, I visit them. And there are many, many Barbadians, in fact, who have relatives in Guyana. So those close ties go back not weeks, months, or years, but decades. And clearly, there's that close tie that we need to expand on and improve. So if you could give us an update as to your future plans for Guyana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senior Minister, and I welcome the opportunity. Let me first of all indicate a desire to have the Senior Foreign Service Officer with responsibility for this matter, Sandra Gittins, join us in the well, because I don't think that there are enough seats, so she would need to come in. And at the same time, sir, I would also want to indicate that Minister Husbands, who, as I said, has joined me, should also have an opportunity to speak to this matter as well, as she has been carrying the mantle of trade relations with Guyana for some time. It is perhaps, sir, an indispensable point of departure that during the Prime Minister's official visit to Guyana in February of 2022, there were concrete plans laid which have already started to be unfolded with respect to supporting in-depth bilateral cooperation between Barbados and Guyana, as well as a trilateral cooperation between Barbados, Guyana, and Suriname. In fact, sir, that has now gone a little bit further, and we are in the process of concretizing yet another aspect of this relationship, which would see Roraima in Brazil come into the mix, especially with respect to us being able to continue to source agricultural products and be able then to have them come into the island. First of all, to assist Barbadians in getting access to good quality food at the cheapest possible prices, and that is one of the benefits, sir, of the South-South cooperative endeavor that we have between Guyana and Suriname, and now we're building out with the northern part of Brazil, because we all know that in every constituency that we represent, the cry has been that the cost of living is too high. And it must be too high if we continue to source from places which have been the traditional source markets alone. And we know that the difficulties faced by the United States and by England and so on have been astronomical. And the level of inflation in the United Kingdom has itself been, almost beyond belief. But we will never be able to do better unless we develop new areas of approaching trade. And one of them really is South-South cooperation, which is what we see rolled out between ourselves and Guyana, ourselves and Suriname, and ourselves in Brazil. With respect to the specifics of where we are going in the future, as I said, Minister, I do not only want this to be my voice that you're hearing, so I would want to invite Minister Husbands to say a few words on this as well, and also our Senior Foreign Service Officer, Sandra Gittins, and then if need be, I will add to the mix.
Thank you very much, Senior Minister. Good morning to the Chair. And my apologies for my late arrival. I was attending to a launch of a junior stock exchange for Barbados and MSMEs this morning. On Guyana, probably one of the most exciting things that we've engaged in as a country, and it has proven to be an excellent initiative that we have undertaken in order to build relationships with them and in order for us to benefit from the very natural growth in their GDP, we need to be a strategic part of it. The renewable energy is an area in which we can definitely work with them on, and the issue of housing, and as you know, efforts have started in that area, but it goes beyond that. When Barbados was hit with the problem, the region as a whole, on the rise in animal feed, this was of great concern to us because it meant that making available nutritious quality meats to the Barbadian consumer was going to be difficult because of the expense. So what we've sought to do, well, we had to put in place short-term efforts to try to control the cost of animal feed. One of the things that we felt was important for the medium term was that we were able to liaise with Guyana, liaise with Suriname, Belize, Trinidad, and look to see if they could begin to produce the inputs that we're going to need for animal feed so that we could have certainty of supply, and because those would come in zero rated, hopefully we'll be able to control the cost of animal feed. And I must say that the response by those countries to that effort was immediately very positive, and Guyana started putting more acres of their land into the production of cassava and soya, corn, and so on. Belize and Suriname as well well followed suit. Trinidad had already started. So this would give us the food security which we need in order to be able to benefit from their presence. So along with general food security, when you have hurricanes, we also have this initiative in terms of animal feed production. And we're hoping that as that comes to fruition, that it will begin to flow into the Barbadian space. In relation to one of the things that would be of regret is that it took us a long time really to respond to the opportunities in Guyana. And what we did, we subsequently started to accelerate our engagement, and a number of visits were made there, and we had connections with their private sector. We had meetings with their chamber, with Go Invest, etc. And what we were able to do was to pull together close to 300 Barbadian persons who were interested in doing business in Guyana here. We also had them visit us in Barbados. Some of them visit us in Barbados so that we could start to put entrepreneurs together, because one of the things that the Guyana relationship requires is joint initiatives. They want to be able to have the Guyanese entrepreneur link with a CARICOM entrepreneur and together make a joint investment in some area so that both Guyana domestically and the regional body, CARICOM, could actually benefit from the growth and development in Guyana. And what has happened since then is that not only have they continued those exchange visits, but the Ministry of Industry, through their Export Barbados, has been able to put a commercial attaché into Guyana. This was extremely important because unless you have someone on the ground actually doing some work in identifying who are the key persons to speak with, who are the people to engage, and be able to guide the Barbadian enterprises into the space, it means that it would take too long for our enterprises to start to benefit from presence in Guyana. And the excitement around Guyana was so strong that a group of 20 service providers got together and formed the Guyana Barbados Group. And they have been going down and were actually part of the group that went to visit Arima, etc. And they have formulated a plan in which they are seeking now to engage the space to be able to do services in Guyana. One of the areas that they're looking at would be the area of training in tourism, because Guyana wants to build out its tourism product. The world over believes that Barbados has a tremendous advantage and expertise in the area, and so they are looking at the possibility now of being able to provide the necessary tourism training to assist Guyana in building out its tourism product. But none of this is possible without the efforts of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade to build the platforms necessary for the Guyana engagement. And this is where the tremendous work done by the ambassador and by our senior foreign service officer, Sandra Gittins, is important. They have to lay the foundation and the platforms on which all of these engagements can take place so that Barbados can definitely benefit from its engagement. So I will ask the Senior Foreign Service Officer, Sandra Gittins, to share what are the things they've put on the ground that has enabled us to be able to engage Guyana well.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, Honourable Ministers. I'm excited to report that in 2022, on July 5th at the 43rd Heads of Government meeting, Barbados and the Cooperative Republic of Guyana signed the St. Barnabas.
Officer, I know you are excited to report, and that is well appreciated, but just give your name.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sandra Gittins, Senior Foreign Service Officer for the CARICOM Caribbean Relations Division at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. As I indicated earlier, on the 5th of July, 2022, Barbados and the Cooperative Republic of Guyana signed the St. Barnabas Accord. The St. Barnabas Accord was conceptualized in October 5th, 2021, after a visit with President Ali and Prime Minister Motley. And I'm sure you can remember that all members of government attended that meeting. And during that meeting, they identified specific areas for cooperation. These areas not only will help in terms of our national development and national interests, but it makes Barbados and Guyana become a model for integration in the Caribbean. And it can show how two countries can work together without there being competition, but more complementarity. As Minister, Senior Minister, I do recall that you were first out of the box when you attended that visit in Guyana in terms of housing. So under this Environmental Accord, as I said, you have tourism, where there's joint tourism public advertising for the two countries. There's joint ventures in terms of promoting each country. So you can go to Guyana and have that ecotourism and come to Barbados and have a different experience. In terms of education-wise and in terms of what is happening, one of the first steps that the Prime Minister took was to say, look, our private sector needs to know what is happening in Guyana. And so you will see that every night on CBC News, you have that report and update of what is taking place in Guyana. You have a news segment. So there's an exchange of information as well. In terms of mining, there's work happening there. In terms of energy, there's work happening there. There's a vast set of initiatives under the Environmental Accord that identify areas of cooperation. I must say where we are seeing maximum outcome and opportunities is in the area of agriculture. This helps the Barbados and the region indeed, to deal with the matter of food security, to deal with the matter of our 25 by 25 initiative, in which we are trying to reduce the imports on food bill for Barbadians. So I'm excited by what is there. What we are doing is seeking to replicate what we have with Guyana, with other CARICOM member states. We know that if we build up our relationships, strengthen our relationships with other CARICOM member states, as I said before, it will help the regional integration project. I can tell you, honorable ministers, that in terms of trade, there is cooperation between Go Invest and Export Barbados BIDC, and there's actually a cabinet paper that is supposed to come shortly to the cabinet in terms of having an officer from the BIDC situated at Go Invest to continue the work that we have. So I can also tell you that Guyana already has an officer here. So there's an exchange of people to people exchange where civil servants, people are actually working together. But before that, honorable ministers, we had, in terms of tourism, we had persons from Guyana being trained here at the Crane Hotel. We had 7 officers, 7 hospitality workers from Guyana who were here for about a period of 3 months. And then we also have persons who are also enjoying scholarships in terms of agriculture, fruit processing being one important area. We also have an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, a support agreement with Guyana and Barbados, and we've actually done training with it's a very reciprocal nature in terms of our engagement, and therefore, as I say, it sets the stage as a model for other regions, and we are, as I said before, we're trying to replicate it. So there's a lot happening. So when we reach out to the ministry, we encourage you to, provide the feedback that we are asking for in terms of advancing the initiatives. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, as I indicated, I probably would just want to say a few words more. The beauty of the relationship that we have with Guyana is that it is allowing us, as Senior Foreign Service Officer Gittins just indicated, allowing us to be able to resolve some of the age-old humbugs that this economy has had to confront. We have, for the longest time, carried on average every year a $700 to $800 million food import bill. We now are able to source cheaper food cheaper costed food of comparable or better quality than that which we have traditionally been able to secure. I would want to say as well that it allows us to lay the foundation, as we've already started to do, to now translate this opportunity into value-added industry for Barbados and employ Barbadian people. The creation of a food terminal in Barbados, which will see that food coming from Guyana and also coming from northern Brazil and from Suriname, coming into this country, whether it may be ground provisions like sweet potatoes, et cetera, yams. You then have an opportunity, sir, to blast freeze and to package these things and then sell them into the Barbadian diaspora and the Caribbean diaspora across the world. For example, there are literally thousands of West Indians living in England, and we have more than 26 flights a week going to England. Mr. Chairman, the same principle applies with Toronto, the same principle applies with the United States of America. So we create linkages that lend value in order for this country, through the efforts of the Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade endeavor, to be able to advance the economic well-being of the country. With respect to our ability to have proper housing and quality housing, again, sir, it is a challenge of the government. We have set ourselves the task of getting to 10,000 homes over the course of a 5-year period. Now that means you have to bring a variety of fields of endeavor to get to that figure, because never in history has anybody gotten anywhere near that in Barbados. One arrangement that we have coming out of Guyana is the Duravilla homes. Green Heart timber houses, extremely durable, able to withstand hurricane force winds, I think at category 3, sir. I'm subject to correction by that, on that, but I think it is category 3. Affordable, sir, energy efficient, and can be established once the foundation is done, can be erected within 4 to 6 weeks. Now, Mr. Chairman, again, part of the partnership and the value of the partnership is seen in how it redounds to the benefit of the people in your constituency. So while there are those in your constituency who will be getting homes, sir, through the traditional means, because by no stretch of the imagination are we going to alienate the contractors and the artisans in Barbados. But equally, there has to be some additional effort brought to bear so that we can move further, faster, better to deliver to those folks who need their own homes and who, sir, we know have been placed on waiting lists that are over 18,000 long at the National Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Senior Minister. I want to switch completely to a different question. Some time ago, the current president of the United States spoke about something called a global minimum tax rate. And I think they were looking at setting it at 15%. Now, you and I know that when we came to office, we did a conversion and we brought our tax rates to essentially 5%, which means our external companies or everybody, internal companies, everybody was at 5% and less as they went higher and higher up in terms of their revenues, with banks being like 1% for then of the 30 million in those ranges. So I know we haven't heard a lot about it recently, but I know that it's still on the table for many of the European and American countries. And I would want to ask if the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is tracking this, and also what plans would you have, or what ideas can you share with the people of Barbados about this move of the developed world to bring this concept of a minimum global tax rate?
That's a very good question, Senior Minister, because of the fact that we, though it does not as a specific, I suppose, discipline, fall within the immediate remit of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. It is more international business discipline. The reality is, sir, that there has to be that synergy. One of the things about this ministry is that it acts as an umbrella. This ministry touches and assists and facilitates almost every ministry's endeavor across.
So maybe I'm calling on your experience in that side of things as well.
Well, so be it. No problem there. But this ministry, therefore, has a duty to facilitate the wide cross-section of ministerial efforts in Barbados. Your question is relevant because what we did when I say we, I mean this Barbados Labour Party administration under the Mayor Amor Motley leadership, what we did was to create the most competitive tax framework to be found anywhere in the Western Hemisphere, if not in the world. And we did this very deliberately because we wanted to be able to attract investment to the country. Now, there are not many places where you can have value-added business efforts taking place above board, properly regulated, and at the same time, you're only paying between 1% to 5% in terms of corporation tax. What the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has to do, and does continue to do, is to reach out to the European Union and to the Biden administration and other concerned elements to continue to make sure that at the table for conversation on global tax matters is the government of Barbados. Now, it is important because very closely aligned to this question of global tax rates is the issue of how we preserve for this country our competitiveness internationally. The issue of correspondent banking and de-risking, which simply means that if you wish to do business, as you know well, Senior Minister, outside of Barbados, you're going to have to be able to move your money into another capital. And very often, because of the limited reach of the banks that we have here, we have to therefore rely on another bank to provide those correspondent banking facilities so that your money can go where it needs to go. It is not only about commerce, however, it is also about the old lady in your constituency or mine who needs to get some money sent down to her, remittance, because family overseas know that Grand is still keeping 2 or 3 children that are not her own, but really and truly helping the family overseas to get through. And so money got to be sent back. And if you don't have the correspondent banking facilities, then you can't get the money here. And it therefore becomes part of the again, I use the word existential. It is about our existence and the quality of life and the standard of living that we've grown to know, love, and want to secure. Now, if those things are threatened, as in fact they now are, by virtue of international movements, it is the responsibility of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade to work with other departments of government to make sure that we are able to mount suitable and adequate responses. One such response we saw right here before our eyes last year, around the middle of last year, when the Prime Minister was able to host here in Barbados the first regional interface between the United States congressional leadership and the CARICOM leadership on this vital matter that threatens the welfare and the well-being financially of all of us who have to move money out of Barbados and across this hemisphere and the wider world. I should say in closing, specifically, we do not intend to do anything with respect to our 1% to 5% tax rate. The world itself has not settled on President Biden's proposal, and it would be extremely silly of us to remove that which is working well and cannot be challenged internationally at this point. What we will do is to wait, we will watch, and again, we will be at the table for multilateral discussions on these matters because it is by no stretch of the imagination is a clear-cut matter. So there are even those in the United States administration who do not share the view that this 15% global tax rate should come into existence. But as I think I said, we advocate internationally for the adoption of an international understanding on this matter.
And just to add to what Senior Minister has shared, because as he said, technically, it is not a foreign affairs, foreign trade central activity, but part of our remit is really to support and advocate and boost wherever we can the advocate for what it is Barbados wants in relation to matters such as the global minimum tax rate and the correspondent banking. And what we've been able to do through our various embassies is to be able to speak with representatives from a number of different countries advocating for what is needed to protect Barbados, because this is the problem. If we don't solve these issues of the minimum tax rate and the issue of correspondent banking, the expansion of trade and the investment we're doing in trade is not going to occur because you cannot settle your bills. So it means it will deeply constrain the GDP of the country. So for example, with the Organization of African and Caribbean and Pacific States, what we have sought to do is to get allies now to work with us and to raise their voices in every arena that they're in to speak about these matters, whether it's the correspondent banking, whether it's the blacklisting, whether it's the global minimum tax rate. And I believe that our former ambassador to Brussels would be able to shed more light on how we carry the fight for Barbados in relation to these matters. Acting PS Joanne Skinner will share on the work at the OACP and seeking to get support for Barbados around these issues.
Go ahead.
Good morning, all. Good morning, Honourable Ministers, Mr. Chairman. I am Joanne Skinner, Acting Permanent Secretary in the absence on vacation of the Substantive Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Thank you very much, Minister. Indeed, as Minister Husbands indicated, having access to this much larger organization in which we are members allows us to put on the table and set out very clearly what Barbados has been doing, how we are affected by the decisions taken at the OECD and by the larger countries based on their own interest, and what we would like to see put in place or to be carved out to suit our interest based on our size and the limitations that our size presents for us on the global scene. And having access to this 79-member organization of like minds to a large extent, which are also facing much the same situation, where we have seen with the OECD listings and the European Union listings that those listed are generally similar. We're developing countries, many of which are small, and many that were not very diversified in their economies, and appear to be those that the EU have found to be the easiest ones with which to set examples, not only the European Union, but also the OECD. And to some extent, it also means giving an opportunity for us to identify some of the areas that maybe we can work with other partners to build out and to buttress for the future and future trade relations and future investment opportunities, etc. And so if we take advantage of these bodies for the development of declarations, resolutions, global statements, with which then we can engage those partners that have chosen to list us, I think it puts us in much better stead for changing the international landscape as far as these issues are concerned, especially where there are lists that are negative for our development and our economic growth. There's also one additional point to be raised here, and that is a decision or resolution adopted at the United Nations General Assembly, which called for the issue of the global minimum tax and other tax governance related matters that are global in nature to be taken out of such restricted membership bodies and dealt with at a broader multilateral level of the United Nations. Barbados certainly supports that, but we also recognize that we are involved in a process of tax governance that was generated from the OECD and of which we participate in some of their multilateral conventions. And so we have to balance those two processes. We need to see that these are treated on a more multilateral global level, but at the same time recognizing that there are aspects and expertise that needs to be leveraged within other bodies where we are members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. My third question, if I can switch again, has to do with overseas missions. Now, Minister, I want to really applaud you and your team for the tremendous work that you have done with the traditional missions. That's the first thing. But more importantly, with the non-traditional mission, as you said, work being done in Africa, and I know you have a mission in Panama as well, and another country that I have family that I was able to visit when I visited Panama. And I'm impressed with how Barbados has started not only to look at the traditional UK, USA, Canada, and Geneva, I think it was also, but also now to look at other locations, because we have to understand South-South trade and South-South relations, and recognizing that there is importance with not only our traditional, but looking at to seek new places. And with that, I don't know if I'm asking this one out of turn, but what additional places are you looking at to establish missions for the people of Barbados, if any?
Well, Minister, I think I'd indicated in my initial statement that above and beyond the work we've already done, as you identified Panama, we have gone to Ghana, we've gone to Kenya, we've also gone to the United Arab Emirates. It is intended during the course of this financial year that we also recognize the importance of going into Ireland. We were colonized in 1627. In the last few years of the 1620s, 50,000 Irishmen would have been transplanted here forcibly. Interestingly enough, the punishment for defying Cromwell was called being Barbadoed. You're sent to Barbados. And you were, this was a form, obviously not chattel slavery, but a form of 7-year slavery, essentially. We've come a long way with respect to Ireland since then. There are now a number of Irish investments in this country. In my constituency in particular, we have the palatial Sandy Lane, which is obviously well known to all of us. But above and beyond that, there are others. And more are, as you know, on tap. There are also direct flights to Barbados now via Aer Lingus, and with that has come Irish tourism. And they are a substantial European Union partner. It is of significance because of the fact that the United Kingdom has left the European Union, as we know, through Brexit. And it is important that we have an English-speaking country with whom we can forge alliances, especially in interests that we have with the European Union, which are quite considerable. Those are the reasons broadly at a policy level why we have targeted Ireland, and we have already initiated, and the funds being made available to this ministry in these estimates will allow us to bring to closure the efforts to open a new mission in Ireland. But I would want to invite P.S. Rudder to speak a little bit more on the operational aspects, not only of what we were hoping to do in Ireland, but quite frankly, to give the Chamber the benefit of understanding what it is that we've been able to achieve and how we go about these things with respect to Ghana and Kenya. And you can pick one of the other ones, P.S.
Thank you, Senior Minister. Chairman, Honourable Minister, distinguished representatives, my name is Simone Rudder. I am Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. As Senior Minister Simmons says, we And in response, sir, to your query, we have opened missions recently in Africa, also the United Arab Emirates, and we're looking at Ireland. What is it that we're doing? Barbados is seeking to increase its external footprint and engagement internationally and across the globe. And why are we doing this? We're doing it so that the interests of Barbados and Barbadians can be pursued and advanced and advocated for throughout the globe. So not just any longer in the traditional countries or northern, access to the north into Europe, as you know, but also finding those synergies, and we spoke earlier about complementarity, the complementarities and commonalities in relationships in Africa. The Prime Minister has given it an acronym, the ROAD, the Road for our Atlantic Destiny, claiming our Atlantic destiny, but it's also the road and the bridge there. And in countries, and so each of our new missions, each of the areas to which Barbados has expanded our engagement, we have different work programs for them. But generally, we are looking to advance our key productive sectors. Minister just spoke about tourism. We're seeking increased market penetration for exports of our goods and services. We're seeking to identify opportunities for inward foreign direct investment into Barbados. We're seeking to identify areas for technical assistance and cooperation, which once again will benefit Barbados and Barbadians. And each of the sectors in this country, as I recall that Senior Minister Simmons would have said that what we do overseas is to represent all of Barbados's interests. Indeed, it's well known that foreign policy is the sum of interests of the domestic interests, and that is whether it be foreign diplomatic policy or foreign international trade policy. I would wish to, if I may, just finish off by noting that there are several different types and forms of representation. We have our missions, which include embassies and high commissions, which are at the capital or in the capital of third countries. And we also have consulates general, which are in cities scattered throughout any given country based on the interests that we have determined and identified for that city. And we have honorary consuls who are either Barbadian nationals, friends of Barbados, or nationals of that third country who we've identified as being particularly influential and having good access, be it to the political powers that be, to the markets that be, to the areas that we are interested in, goods and expanding our export for goods and services. So we have those forms of representation in a country, and also to even further expand our reach and our engagement. Almost each of our ambassadors have a series of non-resident accreditations which take us throughout Europe. The United Arab Emirates will take us into the Gulf states, Panama into Central America, Africa into the West and East Africa, etc. Thank you.
I want to thank you for your response, and I must say that I welcome and fully support opening that embassy in Ireland. And what I also didn't hear you say, but I must tell you, there are many, many students that leave Barbados and study in Dublin. I was one, and I lived in Dublin, and I went to the Royal College of Surgeons there, together with other doctors. Dr. Juliet Skinner comes to mind, who was also there. And it was another aspect to to having those missions and those locations is the support that they give to the students who are on the ground at the time. So I think that it is a brilliant opportunity, and I look forward to seeing when it becomes a reality. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Senior Minister. Honourable Member for the City of Bridgetown.
Thank you very much, and good morning. First, I want to say congratulations to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This is not a ministry you usually hear a lot from. As the Minister pointed out, this is the first opportunity to present in this format. But I am one that understands the importance of such a ministry in terms of not only navigating the relationship between Barbados and the globe, but also in finding opportunities that can lead to the direct and indirect empowerment of our citizens. With that said, though, I want to first start on a very topical issue, which is the issue of Haiti. Now, Barbados and CARICOM historically has sounded its voice and support in relation to a number of nations in CARICOM who faced difficulties over the years. And here we have the first independent Caribbean nation, the first black-led republic. As a reminder, we are the last black-led republic in the world, who would have gotten its independence in 1804, which means it is about to celebrate 220 years of independence. And we see the situation in there continue to deteriorate. From a healthcare perspective, I can't remember the last time I hear about outbreak of cholera. Economic perspective, social and political stability perspective, it just continues to deteriorate. So my first question to the Minister and the Ministry is, what is Barbados' position and what is Barbados doing along with the rest of our brothers and sisters in CARICOM to ensure that we continue the strong tradition of operating as one in this region, this Caribbean CARICOM region?
Let me thank you for the question, Honourable Member, because it is a very important issue which I think we would have to look at. I want to begin by saying that Barbados, like by extension CARICOM, has been anxious to offer assistance to Haiti. And we have, frankly, been a country that was early out of the gates at every opportunity to show that kind of solidarity and lend that kind of assistance to Haiti. I recall well in 1994-95, for example, that along with Trinidad, Barbadian personnel would have gone into Haiti to assist with matters of security. I believe that under President Aristide, much later, probably 10 years or so later, there was a need for us to be able to do so again, and we did. I think that the structure of my answer has to be placed within a certain context. The last election held in Haiti may have been more than, I would hazard perhaps as far back as 2016, 2017. Elections were scheduled for November of 2021, but then were postponed. It is a fact to say that right now there are no elected members of that Congress. And that has led to some of the circumstances of instability, because the governance structure itself has started to fall apart. The good news is that the Haitian National Police is still a functioning entity. It is direly in need of training. It is direly in need of resources. There is a clear position taken by the heads of government in CARICOM that there will have to be the offering of humanitarian assistance to the people of Haiti. And perhaps I should say that type of assistance has already started to be offered by other entities across the world. The situation in Haiti, however, is such that there, according to the information that we get, that there may well be that type of assistance languishing even on the docks in Haiti, because getting it out of a ship and into the wide communities of the country is exceptionally difficult if you do not have an ability to get past the gang violence and internecine warfare that is taking place there. We have, at CARICOM level, agreed that in terms of assistance, we will be looking at some of the basics. So that I can tell you that in Barbados's case, we have an appreciation of the fact that we cannot offer the same quantity of food as Guyana can. Obviously, Guyana is thinking in terms of thousands of tons of food, whether it be rice or ground provisions or meat. Trinidad and Tobago is taking on a similar type of perspective. Suriname as well. We probably will have to be looking at more along the lines of financial assistance to supplement that type of effort, to reach out as well by use of our own influence to our African friends. As you know, part of this whole dialogue that we're having here is that we have gone to the point where we've expanded our diplomatic footprint into Africa and built personal relationships at government level with the African community. And the French African countries, I think the heads of this region have agreed, we have a potential ally. Because again, the common heritage of a black people who understand the trial and the trauma of colonialism, in most particularly in the Francophonie or the French African country, they are speaking the language that the Haitians speak. And that is an area where we believe that we can also find some assistance from. We also are committed at the regional level to offer assistance with respect to some of the training which is necessary at the Haitian National Police level. And obviously, there will only be so much that a country of Barbados' size can do, and equally so much that a country of Trinidad's size and Guyana's size. But collectively, including Jamaica and the Bahamas and so on, we believe that we can assist with regard to that type of training. We have, and I don't want to go into too much detail on it, we've just come out last month, our CARICOM heads of government meeting, and we have even more recently had another follow-up meeting with respect to the matter of the security situation in Haiti. It is not for me to announce that which the heads will announce. But the fact of the matter is it is under active engagement. There is obviously an ongoing discussion with countries like Canada, and I think the news has already been put out there that Prime Minister of Jamaica, Andrew Holness, would have led a delegation into Haiti last week, where he would have met with political parties, a non-governmental organization, or organizations, plural. He would have met with a wide cross-section of the Haitian community. Their concern, as I am understanding the report, is primarily, first of all, how do we solve the security situation? How do we stop the bleeding? The fact of the matter is that is really the most critical point of departure. As I speak to you, there are systems of governance that we take for granted here in Barbados that are completely broken down. You cannot have a society where children and women are being attacked and raped in the street. You cannot have a society where the court system is falling apart. You cannot have a society where the police are under threat and may be outgunned and lesser resourced than the people who they have to police. You cannot have a society where the public health structure is disintegrating. So that we have to continue the dialogue with countries like Canada, and quite frankly, as I said, the French African states, the United States of America, and France itself, because at different levels and in different ways, there's a role for everybody to play. What I think is also becoming very clear is that the tortured history of intervention is not a route that people want to travel again. Even within Haiti, where people feel themselves under tremendous pressure, there is a view that to go over one more time, and it probably has been done countless times, of having yet another intervention of a military type nature, does not help the situation. And so therefore we have to find a way of stopping the bleeding, beginning serious discussions with a view to restitution of those governance processes that we have just outlined some of them, those things that we hold dear, the public health circumstances, the education circumstances so that children can start going back to school, the public safety circumstances so that women and girls are not being assaulted, getting the ammunition off of the streets. Those are the primary concerns. And of course, outfitting and training the Haitian National Police so that they are better able to provide the security function that they have to provide. I believe that the heads of government will make a statement on this matter in the not too distant future because, as I said, it is right now attracting their most deliberate attention.
Thank you very much, Minister, for that. I am heartened to hear your response in relation to this issue. I think we can get on a very serious note and understand that if it is not a failed state, it is close to being one. And I'm really calling on CARICOM not just to join the bandwagon of aid, but to look at how we can truly help in the medium to long term in not only just stopping the bleeding, but stopping the blades, which means understanding the root cause and helping Haiti from a more structural perspective. I, however, move on to my second question, which is in relation to the missions. And when the Honourable Member for Christchurch West went in that direction, I was hoping he would answer the question and give me opportunity to answer another question. But he went in a totally different direction, so I'm going to come where I had originally intended to attack this from, and that is the issue of our missions across the world. In speaking to my constituents on this matter, I was a little disheartened with the fact that they just see our missions and different things like that, even aid, as money that can be spent here. And I was at pains ready to point out to a group of them recently that I don't see it as spending, but I see it as investment. Every dollar spent, I believe that the ministry should be able to tell us how much money we're able to get in on our return on investment. I want to highlight the commercial and cultural attaché in the British High Commission in Ghana, Phil Phillips, and a model that he has that I appreciate a lot, where not only he helps me to understand what they're doing in acting in our name in these missions, but he helps me to understand the what, the when, the how, and the why. And that is where I can sit in here and I can tell you, I have an idea of what's happening in the mission in Ghana. I know the entities, I know the dates, the participants, the expectations, and the agreement. And I just want to give the House an example of what I call a best case scenario or best practice in relation to reporting from missions. I could tell you that on February 10th, they met with BCC in relation to hospitality training in Ghana. I could tell you on February 24th, I can see a picture of our Barbadian sugar on the shelf in the biggest supply chain in Ghana at 35 cedis, which is about $5.70 Barbados for a 2-pound bag. I can tell you on the 27th, they met with the farmers. I can tell you as late as Tuesday, they met with NCF and the credit unions on Wednesday, and I can go on. But the reason I mention that is because a lot of people don't understand what is happening and the hard work that goes into the missions. They don't know if the mission's working and what the missions are doing, the ones that are working. So my question to the ministry is, what plans do you have to ensure that these missions are extremely effective and bringing return on investment, A? And B, what plans do you have to improving the communication after these things are done, that Barbadians can be assured that when our taxpayers' money is spent in these missions, that it is not just spending, but it is definite investment for the betterment of Barbados and all Barbadians?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. And I am really happy that you've asked the question because it really is, it allows me to speak to the country in the same way that I would have spoken to my colleagues who are arrayed next to me and behind me. I think that, and they have heard me say this often, very often the light is being hidden under a bushel. And I am sure that you will agree with me. You are I recall when I have been almost as seasoned as you in terms of length of service in this chamber. That takes me back almost 20 years. And the fact is that I felt then that there was a need to confront some of the weaknesses up front. And I respect the fact that you have identified and confronted a glaring weakness. We have not really been telling our story in terms of what the missions are achieving, and that is something that we have to correct. Let me start at the very beginning with the first question, however. I've taken a position where, and this is now enshrined into our estimates, I have already had a meeting with the entire North American team. I did that on the way to the Bahamas for the CARICOM Heads of Government meeting last month. So I left the country a day early so I could have a meeting with the North American team, which we held in Miami, simply because I had to pass through Miami to get to the Bahamas. So I brought them all down, and we have spoken clearly about the way forward. The cost of maintaining missions abroad has to be transcended by, not equaled, transcended by the value of the technical cooperation that the ministry is bringing, that the mission is bringing to Barbados, or the value of the trade and commerce that the mission is stimulating for the benefit of Barbados, or the financial assistance which is being garnered by the efforts over there, wherever that mission is, for the benefit of Barbados. Or it can be a collection of them. But gone, I think, forever must be the days when you have a mission, but that mission is not being held accountable in terms of the dollars and cents value of what the technical cooperation derived for benefit of Barbados and Barbadians, the value of the trade and commerce being stimulated, the value of the financial assistance and so on, which is being generated. There has to be a way in which we are more accountable and holding the missions to that level of accountability. However, having said that, it is not just a simple question of that level of accountability, but our own accountability to the people who finance, which is the taxpayers, your constituents and mine, who finance the efforts of Barbados' diplomatic agenda. And that is why I began the way I began, Mr. Chairman, because I think that it is far too long that has passed without this ministry being able to talk to the public, or the public hear about what happened in foreign affairs and foreign trade. Because even though our budget perhaps represents less than 3% of the national budget, the truth of the matter is we are doing work that is extremely important, and there should be an understanding of what we do and how it links back to the well-being of your constituents and mine. And so therefore, Honourable Member, you are right. There has to be a better dialogue. I am exceptionally proud and pleased about the work that Mr. Phillips is doing in Ghana. And like you, I receive, like you, the almost daily reports of meetings and successes, howsoever large, howsoever small, but he lets you know who he's met with, what is the derived value of the meetings, what it is all about. And that really is part of the commercial diplomacy effort which we have introduced. And you will recall in my initial statements I said we are placing great emphasis on two vital support pillars for our diplomatic effort: commercial diplomacy and cultural diplomacy. And we have officers now who we are positioning. Mr. Phillips is one of them, and there are others who we will be positioning in the ministries and building out that network. It can't all happen in one fell swoop because, frankly, we don't have the money, but we have to get to that point. Minister Husbands is particularly passionate on the question of the commercial diplomacy, so I want to give her a chance to speak to this as well, because it allows us to make sure that we are not just talking the talk, but we are walking the walk of making sure that we marry the relationship between the BTMI, Invest Barbados, the BIDC, all of those different entities, and the efforts of the ministry. And quite frankly, that we bring into the mix the business people of this country, large, medium, and small, because small people are exporting things from Barbados as well. Right? I come out of the Ministry of Business. I know about the wine clusters. People who making wine in their home, but finding the wine being sold in St. Lucia and in Latin America. That making a home, in fact, in the constituency of the honorable member sitting next to you, there was a disaster where a lady lost her house in St. Andrew, but she was a winemaker, micro business person, but she was an export and foreign exchange earner for Barbados. So let us be very clear about this. And we have to make sure that we link their efforts to the commercial efforts of the country at that scale. And of course, at a larger scale, we know, I give you a very simple example, that every rum producer in Barbados wants to be on the west coast of the United States of America, from Seattle all the way down to the 6th or 7th largest economy in the world, which is California. That's where they need to be. But to get them there, we need to make sure that we have the commercial diplomacy going on to open that door and that corridor to literally, I don't want to say hundreds, but tens of millions of people who really and truly are not connected to Barbados, but must become connected to Barbados. So it is a very important issue. I would invite Minister Husbands to speak. And after her, I have in mind another officer, but we will get there.
All right, thank you so much, Senior Minister. I was very happy for the question because the missions do a lot of work. A lot of the things that the regular line ministries do, the beginning of their work actually happens with Foreign Affairs laying the foundation, negotiating the conditions, and providing the framework within which a ministry will get on with its business. And I'm sure that the officer, the senior minister will share with you about the Belt and Road and farm labor and a whole host of things that come from the different missions across this nation. They work hard for us. In particular, one of the things that we wanted to do was to strengthen and intensify their work and remove some of the obstacles that prevent some of what they do from translating into meaningful benefits for Barbadians here in Barbados. So what this meant was that we needed to set up a network that was well organized, that had a customer relationship management platform, so that when missions generated interest in Barbados, whether it was for technical cooperation or trade, there was one portal in which that information can actually go into that would allow the other ministries then that have to action these things to be able to work with taking that lead and translating it into a meaningful benefit for Barbadians. So what we're doing is intensifying what we're doing by creating such a platform, and we're currently working on it. The first thing we did was within the commercial diplomacy network, we established training for all of our for officers within the ministry. It's divided into 2 tranches. We were able to identify from our stakeholder units, which would be Export Barbados, Invest Barbados, and later with the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., identify which markets are of critical importance to them right now. And what we did was to put the embassies and high commissions that we have, the missions that we have, into training to learn how to do commercial diplomacy from a place of confidence. Now, we do have people who do that, and we do have people who do it well, but every single person in the mission is not trained that way. We want to train every single person so that there's a greater impact. The second thing we wanted to do in relation to that was to develop a work program, and that's the stage that we're at now. Working with the service providers and the missions to evolve a work program so that each mission can identify what are the critical things in my jurisdiction that are of importance to Barbados, and therefore, how can we work on promoting Barbados's interests, Barbados's goods and services, its needs for technical cooperation in this jurisdiction. We have compiled via the estimates a list of all of the ministries that have needs, and we've identified the needs that we believe are ones that we can work through our missions to get those resources on their behalf. So whether you're talking about sports and youth programs, whether you're talking about the elderly, whether you're talking about gender and women, the people who are handicapped, if you're talking about reduction of crime, if you're talking about housing, if you're speaking about education, all of the various ministries that would have technical cooperation needs, we've made a list, and these will be made available to the mission so that they can specifically hunt for the international agencies that supply these resources to developing countries like ours. The second level that will happen to that particular network is not only they will be given the goods and services that we want to sell and the technical cooperation needs, we are going to be revamping the honorary consular network, where we're going to increase the number of honorary consuls and increase them in the areas where we have specific strategic interests, and identify persons who either have an entree into that particular sector, into that particular world, or who have the skills and contacts that we believe will help us secure business for Barbados. And this will allow us then to be able to go right across the landscape that is important to us to be able to build business. Now, just to help you understand a little of what we're doing, would be, for example, in Venezuela, when we had a shortage of fuel here in Barbados, just in recent months, it was the Venezuelan embassy or mission that worked with the Venezuelan people, government, to identify the fuel, etc., and they're now in negotiation. Without that, Barbados would be having difficulties down the road in securing fuel. That's the kind of impact that we have on the average Barbadian by being able to generate things that we believe would be helpful. I want to leave some time for the other person to share some of the more practical things that we've been doing and how they've benefited Barbados.
I haven't heard the minister. Senior Minister, didn't hear it.
Sorry, I said, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to take the opportunity to ask Permanent Secretary Rudder to say a few words on this.
So given.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Honourable Representative for the question. And it is indeed a very valid one. There's not much left for me to add after the two ministers have spoken. But what I would wish to recognize is that Mr. Phillips, who is an erstwhile asset for us, does work in an embassy, in a high commission, with a team, there are a team of them there, headed by a charge d'affaires, Mrs. Juliette Bab-Riley, and the full team is working to derive these benefits from Western, not just Ghana, but once we get a high commissioner there, we will be accredited to Western Africa. And so you see those benefits that flow multiplying through Senegal, through Nigeria, etc. I wanted to mention, just to fill in a couple of slots in the picture painted already, that there are other, just because we don't report about it publicly, it doesn't mean that the other missions are not doing it. So we have in the UAE an ambassador and a first secretary who are working assiduously to identify significant investment opportunities with the assistance of Invest Barbados to attract high net worth individuals based in the United Arab Emirates and the Gulf states to invest in Barbados. You're talking about things like Carlisle Bay Development Project and other development projects. How does this affect your constituents? Jobs, flow of money into the country. We have, Minister Husbands mentioned China, the Belt and Road Initiative. We've had an embassy in China for quite some time now, which is tasked inter alia with working with the Chinese government to identify the areas where Chinese financing can be of assistance in the infrastructural development of Barbados. So the Belt and Road Initiative is the portal that the Chinese have created through which a lot of the flow of financing flows. I listened to discussions in this august chamber, and you hear about the infrastructural works, be it in the Scotland district, the roads, once again benefiting every Barbadian. We would, in other specifics, we have throughout the globe, we have through the Commercial Diplomacy Network, our team members looking at the areas identified by Export Barbados or BIDC in the areas of life sciences and biotechnology, where we can increase our market penetration and help BIDC and Export Barbados to build that flow of revenue to come back into the country from our exports. I also just wanted to speak, and sorry, in terms of other business related, we have our consulates in Miami and Toronto. Why were they chosen to be in Miami and Toronto? They're older missions. It's because we had high numbers of Barbadians there, but we also had significant business opportunities, and they are on the ground doing that. And if I may, I just wanted to mention that we have missions which also are representing and advocating to make sure that the policy space is there to lay the groundwork for the activities. So in Geneva, we have our mission, our permanent mission to the World Trade Organization, which is involved every single day in negotiating to make sure that Barbados's interests as a small, vulnerable economy is represented in the regulatory framework, the trading rules for the multilateral trading system, so that we have not just a level playing field, but also better equity through special and differential treatment, so that small traders, countries like Barbados has 0.0001, maybe a couple more zeros % of world trade, are able to sit at the table and benefit. In our capitals, missions in our embassies and high commissions in London, Washington, D.C., Ottawa, Nairobi, I'll talk about that UN, but they, like our UN missions, are there to make sure that the needs that Barbados has, that the space is there, the policy space is there, be it either in a bilateral context through the parliaments of these countries or through the UN missions, the ones in New York, Geneva, and Nairobi now in the international sphere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister and Ministry, for that response. For one, I don't have a challenge with the investment at all. I see it. I know of one of the missions we were able to negotiate $2 million in scholarships, and that's $2 million US, and we're spending $2 million Barbadian on that particular mission. So they've already exceeded their investment already. So I think I'm very happy with that. As mentioned by Minister Husbands, we have the issue with the assistance with fuel, and you really took it to the top of the class when you draw the line between the mission and my constituency. And the man in the street and the woman in the street can understand the direct link between a mission and investing in some place like Carlisle Bay that can assist the constituents of Nelson Street, the Bay Line, the city, and the whole country. So I'm very happy for that. My third and final question that I am allowed to ask at this point in time, because I have many questions, really speaks to one of your strategic goals of embracing and enhancing the Barbadian diaspora. And that is an issue that we've talked a lot about, but I would like to hear some response on the ministry. I have a paper before your ministry called the Sister City Agreement. And this is where I believe that we can reach out to Barbadians across the globe to help assist home. Home as a place that would have invested in their education and where they are today, and I am sure many of them are more than eager to give back to this land. And I believe that programs such as the Sister City program that I am anxious to get out of your ministry and get working is one such initiative that can assist with that. I want to point to the Adopt a Family program and how Barbadians from across the globe were able to assist in our deepest and darkest hour by providing donations to the Adopt a Family program to ensure many here in Barbados during the lockdowns were able to maintain some food on the table. The One Family program that we spoke about is built in a way that half of the requirement is really from philanthropic and donors, and we are proposing that the diaspora help with that as well. Even with the Crime Reduction Fund, I've built it in a way that Barbadians, again, from home and abroad, are able to contribute to their society. So my question for the ministry is, how are we leveraging our citizens, past and present, and I'm talking about Shirley Chisholm with the Sister City arrangement, but also our global figures like Rihanna and other global figures, not to mention the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, our Prime Minister. How are we leveraging these particular figures to ensure that we get some good figures, investment and aid for our country through the embracing and partnering with the Barbadian diaspora as part of your strategic goals of your ministry?
These are powerful assets that we need to leverage in order to gain for Barbados the things that will definitely improve the lives of the average Barbadian. I've been tasked with taking on the diaspora program, and the idea here is to do exactly what you're talking about and taking it all the way up to the creation of a diasporic economy. A diasporic economy is where you so arrange the matters of your economic systems that your diaspora can invest, your diaspora can participate, your diaspora can provide skills, they can provide connections, and so they're able to help us strengthen and broaden the Barbadian network. Now, the first thing that is needed to make that work is you have to be able to find them. The truth is Barbados should have somewhere between 700,000 to 800,000 persons who are part of their diaspora down to 2 generations. We are in danger of losing that last generation because we need to create the linkage and the heartstrings, tie the heartstrings to Barbados so that they begin to see Barbados as their second home where they can invest and they can be a part of what we're doing. And therefore, one of the things we are awaiting is the passing of the immigration bill, which would allow us to be able to provide our diaspora with the opportunity to hold a Barbadian passport down to the 2nd generation. And we want to, since the regathering program came to an abrupt halt. This was where we had started intensifying our diasporic engagement, but this year we are going to recommence that particular program to help us, one, identify more of our diaspora, create a proper database and a portal in which they can put their skills, put the opportunities, if they want to come and lecture on a particular topic, share with us cutting edge things that they know, and people who want to contribute. So that is going to be part of the work for this year. In relation to the Sister City Agreement, we see this as an excellent start for us to engage our people in the United States in a deeper way, doing some practical things together. And our Senior Foreign Service Officer, Jane Brathwaite, she was tasked with helping us to put that together and to work with our Consul General in New York to put the agreement together. And she can share with us on the current status of the sister agreement.
Good morning. Honourable Mr. Chairman, honourable members. My name is Jane Brathwaite, and I am a appointed Senior Foreign Service Officer, but I'm acting Deputy Permanent Secretary at the moment. As Minister Husbands has said, we have been dealing with the Sister Cities Agreement since last year. We are conducting the negotiation of the agreement through our consulate in New York. At the moment, the latest update is that it is back with the ministry. It was vetted by the Solicitor General, and no doubt through your assistance, Minister of State, Minister, we quickly got a response out of the Solicitor General, which is very good news for us. So it did go back through our consulate in New York to the Mayor's office. I will check with the consulate there to make sure that we've got back the right version of the agreement, because it looks as if they may not have taken all of the proposals of the Solicitor General on board. So we will look at that, and we will then look to see how soon we can get the agreement signed. But it's the provisions of the agreement are such that they will enable greater cooperation between Barbados, the Barbadian diaspora, and representatives here in Barbados to promote programs on behalf of the youth, prevention of crime, economic cooperation, and highlight the work and the legacy of Shirley Chisholm, who is the great American Barbadian who felt so comfortable here when her parents brought her here as a child, and has always remembered the benefit of the education that she received here. So we continued to work on that. As others of the ministry have said, the role of the diaspora is very important. Our missions work very closely with the Barbadian associations overseas to keep in touch with Barbadians and to find out information wherever Barbadians are, so that we can encourage them to assist the country. Over the years, we have encountered difficulties when associations want to make donations to the country. Things are held up in the port, or there are high charges imposed, and we would need to make arrangements to have smoother measures put in place to receive those donations. As the minister also said, we have to continue efforts to identify Barbadians and to find out where they are, because when we try to get information from them, they're not always willing to provide all the contact information, so we usually end up with just an email address. But that is okay. We will continue to work with them, and we will be looking to place diaspora officers in several important cities as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I just want to invite the Permanent Secretary to say a few words on this matter as well.
Thank you, Senior Minister. The aspect that I wanted to flag a little more is that of how we pursue and meet the interests of the Barbadian diaspora, Obviously, this ministry, part of our key mandate is to protect and promote the interests of Barbadians and welfare of Barbadians overseas. The engagement with the diaspora is spearheaded by us, but has to be a broad, coordinating and collaborative effort throughout government and private sector and civil society. And this is because there's so many aspects of this that although the Ministry of Foreign Affairs leads through Minister Husbands, the country team for external engagement, that working group on enhanced engagement with the Barbados diaspora, this ministry does not have responsibility for the many facets of engagement with which we have currently with the diaspora, but will also be building out in a revised diaspora engagement platform. So I want to flag that coordination aspect, and also to identify that in addition to all the other areas that we've been talking about, we are looking to, I think you mentioned it, build out a new on philanthropic platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. All I have to say is that I am well pleased, and I ask the ministry to carry on and carry on well. I was given one correction during my thing. I'm in constant contact with my constituency via these questions, because I ask these questions not only on my behalf, but on behalf of my constituency. So they're well pleased with the questions, but more importantly, they're well pleased with the answers. And one last thing, I am reminded that the member for St. Philip West, St. Philip South, is also a global citizen as well. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I begin by agreeing with Senior Minister Simmons that it is good for this ministry to be in a position to share with the country in matters where sometimes there is lack of knowledge, sometimes there is suspicion. And I'll begin with, there was mention in response to the penultimate question, which had to do with the Belt and Road. There was a mention of the Belt and Road Initiative. The question that I'm posing has to do with the ability of a country like Barbados to navigate the geopolitical situation. And I've had a couple of constituents who, maybe because of listening to particular news sources, have expressed concern about our relationship with China. Now, this forum is not the forum to maybe get into a lot of granular details on the matter. I understand that. But I think I'd like to hear some general response to how does a small country like Barbados, in a world where there is still, we thought it went with the Cold War, but there is still East and West, and there is still the proliferation of information which casts suspicion one way and another, both ways. What can the ministry say to Barbadians about the method that Barbados uses? I know we operate under the rubric of the father of our independence, friends of all and satellites of none. But I would like the ministry, maybe minister officers, to just share how we, in some broad way, how we navigate those waters.
Honourable member, perhaps the only answer I can give you is that the quotation from the Right Excellent National Hero, which we all repeat, friends of all and satellites of none, is not the be-all and end-all of the statement. He went on to say that ours is a diplomacy not of power, but a diplomacy of development. And I think that is, I believe I had drawn that to the attention of this House at the beginning when I made my remarks. It is an indispensable part of the toolkit of Barbados's foreign policy that we engage on the basis of development. China is itself, in many ways, though it carries the outward appearance of being a superpower, is also in many ways a country that is very much going through developmental stages. I recall well my own surprise arriving in Beijing in 2005 to find that in their capital city there was actually a convention on toilets, because they were trying, like we were and still are, to eradicate the use of pit toilets in their capital city. This has nothing to do with what was happening in far-flung regions. And though it is hard to believe, you have to remember that China is also trying to bring development to over 1 billion with a B people. And that carries with it the substantial issues of how you feed, house, et cetera, et cetera. I say all of that simply to say that our engagement with China, therefore, becomes a lot easier to understand when you recognize that when we talk to them, we are not getting ourselves involved in the issues of American national security. We are getting or the ideology of the Western world versus the ideology of the East. What we are getting ourselves involved with is a country, wherever it is possible, that shares a like-minded approach to certain fundamentals, whether those fundamentals are, as I just indicated, helping us to eradicate the scourge of pit latrines from our landscape, or whether those fundamentals are helping us to be able to finance essential parts of our national endeavor. For example,
an appropriate sporting facility for our young people to train and compete at, or helping us to make sure that 1/7 of our landscape, which is the Scotland district, can be rehabilitated and repaired and prevented from having the type of slippage of erosion that I need not tell you about, Honourable Member, because that falls within the scope of your constituency, as well as it does within, to some extent, the scope of the constituency of he who is now chairing these proceedings. I would invite the Permanent Secretary to say a few words on this, if she cares to.
Thank you, Minister. I don't think there is really much to add except to emphasize that in the context of the opening, the first statement that Barbados made as an independent country in the United Nations, Barbados conducts its international relations with dozens and dozens of countries around the world. It's bilateral diplomatic relations with dozens of countries around the world in a transparent manner, and it is because we approach these relationships from the position of principle and adherence to international norms. And so once you understand that framework through or within which we operate, then the benefits or the activities that are engendered in the context of any relationship become clearer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought it necessary for some elucidation maybe on the matter, because I get the sense, and this is not from my perspective because I am aware of all that has been shared, but I think I'm hearing sometimes a little bit of suspicion on the part of residents, and I think it is a matter that if we're to be fair to our residents, we have to allow them to understand that we act, as PS said, on a matter of principle, and that we enter relationships like anybody else should, or any country should, with our eyes wide open and aware of what is going on around us. The second question I have has to do with CARICOM. Again, a question from the perspective of constituents, and a question that I've tried to answer from time to time, but I think it could benefit from constituents hearing from those who on a daily basis are working in these areas. And this has to do with CARICOM, particularly the matter of free movement. And the feeling sometimes that even though we are part of CARICOM, that we may be the only country that takes it seriously, and by pushing free movement, we are opening ourselves while not being the beneficiaries. And I think you and I, Minister, Senior Minister, know that that is not the case. But I would like if you could share with Barbadians on that matter the benefits that we get from being members of CARICOM and the benefits that can accrue from free movement of persons in particular categories of employment.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member, the reality is that, again, we have to think along the lines of how best we can ensure the development of Barbados. And that is, as I said at the very beginning, we have a few key interests in the international community. We want, wherever possible, to promote peace. We want to promote security, and we want to promote development. And again, these are things that align with our economic and political and social interests. Now, the free movement of people, I understand, is a matter that can at times be very sensitive. And what we have to do, frankly, is to speak truth as elected members to the powers that have elected us. And I say that very honestly. I wondered aloud and quietly sometimes when, in the period 2003 to 2007, I listened to Barbadians speak as they did then about the number of Guyanese which were here. The truth of the matter is
very often we forget that our very first representative at ambassadorial level, High Commissioner level to London was Sir Lionel Lacoux, a Guyanese. And we had to rely on the People's Cooperative Republic of Guyana to help Barbados have representation in England because we could not afford to do it ourselves. And very, very often, pride can go before a fall. There are not a lot of people in the Caribbean anymore who are looking at Guyanese and saying, I don't want them here. Quite the contrary. There are a lot of people in the Caribbean who are looking at Guyana and saying, I would like to be there, simply because it is right now the fastest growing economy to be found anywhere on planet Earth. There is a reason why the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas was created as it is, so as to allow for movement of goods, movement of services, movement of capital. And with it must be movement of people as well. I am a person who has been able to practice my profession outside of Barbados. Indeed, Mr. Chairman, there are a number of us here in this place who are parts of professional endeavors where our colleagues, if not us ourselves, have practiced our profession outside of Barbados. And that enables us to go and earn a living. It enables us to make sure that we are able to invest that which we earn back in Barbados for the betterment of our families and our communities. We are not alone. That is a truth that is common right across the Barbadian landscape, not only at the professional level, but at vocational level. I know, for example, in my constituency of a young man who does a pool cleaning business, and he doesn't clean pools only in Barbados. His company is to be found in St. Lucia and in St. Vincent, etc. And he is moving Barbadians to help supply services. Now, the reality is, therefore, that it is part of our development. I made the point that there's only one country, one region in the world with whom we enjoy a trade surplus, and that is the Caribbean community. 60% of all of our goods and services are traded into the CARICOM area. It would be the most ridiculous proposition, therefore, if 60% of our foreign exchange is earned through the business of trading with CARICOM, for us to want to be in a position where we restrict CARICOM nationals' entry into Barbados, because what effectively we would be doing was be cutting our nose to spite our face, as your granny and mine would have told us. And that is not something that I think we would want to do. So that, Honourable Member, the best I can say to you is that we have to explain to those people who have elected us that part of our destiny is in fact deepening the relationship with CARICOM, because that is how we earn the foreign exchange, to buy the goods and services that we need in order to make sure that there are improved roads in the constituency of St. Peter. That is how we make sure that we can get more electrical buses on the roads in Barbados so that the people in my constituency can get to Bridgetown in a timely manner. That is how we make sure that we have the lights on our playing fields. That is how we make sure that we are enabled to flesh out a complete revamp of the educational system by making sure that all of our secondary schools and, yes, government-owned primary schools are refurbished and made comfortable for our children. Those are the things that cost the foreign exchange, and this is how we earn the foreign exchange, through those trade arrangements. And there has to be some give and take, because just as we go to earn, others will come here as well, and it is in a very measured and regulated framework within which that takes place.
I would also like to add that the benefit of free movement helps every Barbadian, because our problem at the moment is the size of our population. And I just want to give you a quick example so the ordinary person can appreciate why you need more people and why movement of people is beneficial to us. If you have to build an airport or a hospital for $1 million and your population is 30,000, then you are going to have to look for, each person is going to have to look for about $3,000 to be able to contribute. Sorry, 10,000. If you have 10,000 people, each person will have to contribute $1,000 to make that hospital work in terms of taxation. If, however, your population goes from 10,000 to 30,000, then each person will only have to contribute $33. That's the benefit of increased population, and the only way you can get it is via free movement. When we say people move freely, they're coming as skilled workers, so they're not coming as senior people retiring. They're not coming as ill people that are going to go into hospital and just be a burden. They're people who come with skills, and they're people who come to build. They're also going to be able to contribute to the NIS. This also helps to strengthen the NIS because, as you would have heard, within a couple of years, Barbadians, the average age of Barbadians is going to be 60 years. And a lot of them will be going into retirement by 67. So who's going to fill in the NIS? So it is not only the tremendous benefit, as Senior Minister pointed out, in terms of our being able to do trade, it is also that their presence is a positive impact on each of us, and that is one of the reasons why we need to open our hearts and minds. It is just a matter of having a managed migration policy. That's all it requires. You're not going to flood the place with every and anybody, but you're going to do a managed migration program that is going to allow you to fill in your tax base and allow you to build the skills that you need and have them to be able to build out your sectors and have people then who can actually contribute to the NIS. Otherwise, every Barbadian will have to contribute more to the NIS program. So it is a blessing to us, and I think our citizens need to understand that. Thank you very much. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much, ministers. The final question I have is a question that I ask my own ministry officers from time to time. There's a lot of information residing in ministries that public officers are working on a daily basis, a lot of achievements being made. We hear a lot about the British Initiative, the St. Barnabas Accord, and there are many other accords, treaties, and projects and achievements coming from ministries, including this ministry. My question has to do with, well, the question is, do you have, Minister, does the ministry have a plan to share the information in a way that allows Barbadians to become familiar with at least some of the subject matter, some of the components, for example, the St. Barnabas Accord, the British Initiative, and there are others. I know there are others. These are two that we've heard of recently. But is there a plan maybe on social media, GIS, regular media, of giving some bite-sized bits of information to the public so that Barbadians become informed about the various aspects of work and benefits that come from the very good work taking place in the ministry?
Honourable Member, I'm going to let my permanent secretary take the majority of that question because it has been signaled to me that we have to become a little bit more crisp with our answers. But I want just to signal to you that there is a dedicated effort on the part in the ministry to build out now a virtual platform. You would have heard of our metaverse embassy already, which is the first of its kind in the world, I should say. And the intention is to take the business of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade into the community for the purpose of ensuring that there is now a public diplomacy and an understanding of what diplomacy is about and the diplomatic effort. But perhaps I should let PS speak to this matter more substantively.
Thank you, Senior Minister. I don't have a lot more to add. It's really that the crux of this matter, Minister Jordan, like you have said, is that ministries, the Barbadian psyche is one of doing and not necessarily shouting about it. So for the Ministry of Foreign, it is though incumbent on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to ensure that we are better able to have the Barbadian population understand why we do what we do is, or how it's important to us. And so therefore, our digital transformation exercise that we're going through, and in which the second phase is aimed at making us not just paperless and better information sharing, but also better communicating. So we have our website. The ministry has a website which we try our best to keep well updated. But what Senior Minister just said, the public diplomacy program, where we will engage more, not just talking about our achievements, but helping to drill down and explain why this is important. Our actions are important for the average Barbadian, is an exercise that we are very, very cognizant is one that we are a little bit on the back foot on. The Metaverse Embassy will help, but first it's also the public diplomacy program, which is not a separate thrust, it's integrated, but it's very much a focus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I rest at this point just to encourage that we share more. I was going to ask a more parochial question, particularly coming after the Honourable Member for the City, and that has to do, when he mentions sister cities, and this would have had to do with twinning. In St. Peter, we believe that the ministry has been a little bit tardy in addressing those matters with us, but it would not be fair to ask since I've gone back to the ministry in very recent times. So I'm saying it publicly only to add a little bit of pressure from this perspective to say I expect responses not in the year that it took for the original response, but I am detecting some energy that I'm hoping that a wave that we can ride on. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
And the pressure applied is noted, Honourable Member.
Thank you. Honourable Member for St. Peter. Honourable Member for Christchurch, West Central.
Thank you, Chair, Minister and team. I want to first of all thank you and your predecessor for the work that the ministry has been doing thus far to ensure that the foreign affairs of this country, and for trade, of course, continues to occupy domestic, regional, and international space. As Minister of the Environment, my question obviously will come from that particular sphere. And I know that the Minister, it may not be a question, it may just be a comment to you, but I know as a local fellow you have the unreserved ability to add lucidity to my question and comment, however you put it. Your ministry have allowed us over the years to form bilateral relationships, sometimes multilateral, with agencies, government heads, countries, so that me as minister and my ministry will be able to build out the environmental sphere, which is very important to us as a country. The environmental sphere for me is how mankind is able to interfuse with the world, our natural environment, our ecological environment. You have done tremendous work in allowing us and allowing the Prime Minister to be able to be that big voice on climate change and climate-related matters. It is through your ministry that we are able to position ourselves in the world as a leader in climate change. We've got the Bridgetown Initiative, as alluded to earlier in your opening remarks. There is also the Bridgetown Declaration, which got the acquiescence of all the ministers in 2022 of Latin America and the Caribbean. You have done tremendous work. So my comment question, however you put it, is saying that we, as a small country, a small and developing share, who are exposed to the vagaries of climate change and other natural disasters, it is no secret that over the next couple of years, that we will be exposed to other existential threats. We've had in 2019, COVID-19 as we know it. And had not for your ministry and the work that you would have done in ensuring that outreach, bilateral or otherwise, we would not be able to survive either financially, socially, or whatever, from a health perspective, as it relates to the fight with climate change. Your ministry was integral as a partner in ensuring that this country got vaccines, financial and other
Honourable
assistance.
Minister, would you please get to your question? Thank you.
Question or comment? It's only one, so I ain't getting three, so I put in everything in one.
Proceed, Honourable Minister.
I coagulating today. All right. So what I want to ask from you, as we are on the cusp of other existential threats, whether it is from the threats from other zoonotic illnesses, the threats from ocean acidification on our oceans as we know it, the threats of long-term loss and damages, desertification, a whole series of things that may threaten our existence. Tell us about the work in your ministry and what you'll be doing to ensure that these new and future threats that we are faced with are not going to devastate us as a small island state, and that foreign affairs will be there as a fulcrum to ensure that we are able to militate, mitigate, and adapt to these new challenges. That is it in a nutshell for me. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to invite P.S. Rudder to take that question, and after her, invite Mr. Tyrone Brathwaite, Senior Foreign Service Officer for Human Rights and Multilateral Relations, to augment the...
Thank you, Senior Minister, and on behalf of the Ministry, I'd like to very much thank Minister Adrian Ford for his kind words and commendation on the work that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade has been able to do and continues to do in conjunction with the teams in his ministry to position Barbados internationally in the range of issues that he has mentioned, be it maritime delimitation, ocean governance, and the range of, to use your very apt term, existential threats caused by climate change. And what do? We go out there and we negotiate with our experts, pulled from, as I said, this ministry responsible for environment and other ministries, to ensure that the international treaties and the framework agreements which are going to dictate international policy on these areas are fit for our purpose, that they take into account our needs and they respond to our requirements to be able to continue to survive in this world. And in many instances, it's very much an issue of survival, be it with, for climate change, 1.2, the 1.5 degrees to stay alive, sea level rise, etc. And Senior Foreign Service Officer Tyrone Brathwaite, in addition to the roles that he fulfills, he's also our expert on maritime issues and guides from within the ministry our involvement in the environmental issues, which range from climate change into biodiversity, into ocean governance. And I trust that he's in place now in the well and can pick up the identification on how the ministry continues to work to protect and advance Barbados's interests in the international arena on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Ford, for your question. Honorable ministers, thank you for the opportunity to be able to say a bit about what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been doing on the international front to advance Barbados's interests in various arenas and also on various issues. Minister Ford spoke about oncoming
Officer, you're required for Hansard and those viewing to give your name and your area of endeavor for the records. Thank you.
I shall so do. My name is Tyrone Brathwaite. I am the Senior Foreign Service Officer on the Human Rights and Multilateral Relations Desk of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Yes, sir. So to continue
your response.
Thank you. So to continue, Minister Ford, you spoke about oncoming existential threats. We know that the most critical and urgent one that we are currently facing is that which you mentioned, which is climate change. And your ministry, sir, has a very firm technical grip on that issue. Coming out of the last conference of states parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Minister, you will be aware that Barbados was able very successfully, along with other like-minded states, SIDS and others, to get commitment for the establishment of a loss and damage fund. This is something that we view that is critical in helping to address those impacts of climate change that are more or less irreversible. So we have not only been able to get that commitment for the fund to be established, but we have also managed to secure ourselves in the person of Mr. Avinash Prasad. We've managed to secure ourselves a berth on the Transitional Committee, which will be looking at matters relating to the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund. So it is in very practical areas like that where the ministry has been able to position Barbados to lend leadership and guidance to in those matters that are really crucial to us being able to navigate the waters and being able to find a way out of the crisis that we are all facing globally. In terms of things that that are upcoming or that can be predicted to befall us, just a few days ago, the global community under the World Health Organization commenced negotiations on a pandemic agreement. We've all had the experience of COVID-19, something that we would not wish in our lifetimes or in the lifetimes of our children, grandchildren, and relatives to happen again. Those are areas in which the country, Barbados, a small island developing state like Barbados, where the value of multilateralism becomes more evident and more important. One country, one vote, one seat at the table, one voice, where we are now looking to be able to input into that process of the negotiation of the pandemic agreement so that our rights as a small state is protected, that all of our rights are protected, and that we do not suffer the sorts of challenges that we did when we had to face the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of access to vaccines, having to rely on the goodwill of others in some cases in order to access vaccines, that there will be a regime in place that helps us, all of us as global citizens, to be able to access the care and the resources that we need to face upcoming challenges and upcoming existential challenges, as you quite rightfully framed them, Minister. So we still do have a role to play, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We continue to work to try to identify where those challenges might occur, where those threats might surface, and as far as possible, try to ensure that we always have a seat at the table. Not only do we have a seat, but that we take our place at our seat at the negotiating table, and that we guide those thoughts, guide those negotiations, and that we secure the best possible outcome for Barbados and for Barbadians. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that you do now report progress to His Honour the Speaker and beg leave to sit again.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honour the Speaker and beg for leave to sit again. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, we say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 2 p.m.
The question is that this honourable chamber be suspended until 2 p.m. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until 2 p.m.
in the setup of the United Nations and all the other major institutions which have a direct bearing on our constituents' day-to-day existence. And the issue is now before us now more than ever of the need to reform this system, whereby, for instance, at the Security Council, 5 countries have veto power over virtually everything. And I'm wondering if you agree with me that the time is now for us to push it even more, what with the recognized global leadership of our Honourable Prime Minister. And in spite of the small size of Barbados, of course, if you could speak of the significance of Barbados within the global context and what you and your ministry believe may be the chances of reform in the foreign affairs rather than foreign service setup, which we inherited, whereby these 5 countries, because of their size and the position as effectively players who fought the Second World War and the first 2, still have significant power vis-a-vis small island states like Barbados and other newly developed countries in the world.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your question, quite frankly, is a very interesting one because it teases out a number of important issues. Bretton Woods would have seen the formation post-World War II of a number of institutions that we considered vital, the IMF and the World Bank. We all know that for us who are, and I put it this way so everybody can easily understand, the small island developing states like Barbados, who are doing our best to make sure that we do the things that people globally expect and recognize as being in compliance with the best standards of governance. And frankly speaking, we have not always gotten it absolutely right, but I think that every Barbadian would feel that by and large, this country, with the possible exception for some instances in the last decade or so, would have risen above the issues of corruption, would have tried to make sure that the best of practices were deployed in the way in which we conducted our governance affairs, would have tried to make sure that we were prudent with the management of our foreign reserves, prioritize competitiveness and growth development opportunities. I know Barbados's history has been consistently seeing a growth pattern in the 1990s of about 2 to 3%, and that would have continued again in the early part of the 21st century. we are among those countries that could be called the good boys in the class. But unfortunately, what happened? The World Bank would have looked at your gross domestic product and they would say that you are doing remarkably well. So well, in fact, that the spotlight is no longer focused on you as a developing country, but they say that your GDP is such that you are a middle-income developing country, and therefore you are graduated from access to concessional development financing. And that really has been the platform which we would have wanted to rely on traditionally through the years. The World Bank and the IMF had not historically always been the best of partners in that regard. Now we've come to a point where, for sure, with the IMF, there is a better, I think, understanding of the reality of our situation with respect to issues which are current and extremely relevant. I've used the word existential, and I'm happy that it has been bought into by the comments made with one or two other members in the House today, with respect to those existential threats that we face, we need to be able to turn to the Bretton Woods institutions and ask for the type of financing assistance that is really required, and what should have been expected under ordinary circumstances to be available. The fact of the matter is that when Bretton Woods was created, however, we were still colonies. And the issues of import and significance to small island developing states were not top of mind then, and I fear have not always been top of mind now. So that, with regard, for example, to the climate crisis, there has been a need to fashion the argument that we make in all of the international fora, as Minister Husbands has said, wherever it is that Barbados is represented, there are certain things that we table and seek support for, and the Bridgetown Initiative with respect to the question of climate and climate financing is one such example. And essentially what we are seeking there is to look at the issue of fiscal space for those of us who have to treat the ordinary development issues, even as we might from time to time become so unfortunate as we did last year or year before, when we had, happily it was only a Category 1 hurricane, but a hurricane struck Barbados. Now, imagine, if you will, the existence of those people who have to contend with a Category 5 hurricane, as has happened in this region. They have to put all of their developmental priorities on pause while they try to immediately move to recover from this climatic event. In the space of 5 or 6 hours, maybe even less, the entire GDP of a country could be set back by 2 decades. It is a reality that those of us who live it experience it and understand it. And sometimes we have to try to get others to understand that there is the need for the countries to have fiscal space so as to be able to continue to do the ordinary tasks that we have to do, even though we face a climate reality, or climate-induced reality. And what are those ordinary things? We still have to spend a large portion of our budget to make sure we're educating our children. In the case of Barbados, as you well know, we don't have the natural resources. Our human resource must be invested in. And unlike the previous administration, we did not choose to chop off the future of our next generation at the knees. The first order of business, in case anyone forgets, Mr. Chairman, was that this administration reinstated tertiary education being paid for via the public purse. Healthcare is another such example. We have to make sure that we have a clear commitment and a clearly defined expenditure for those people who need health care in Barbados. The health of the nation is really the wealth of this nation. We need to have proper roads and road maintenance and proper transportation. And this is not just old talk. There is a reason why, in fact, Barbados is host today to the largest electronic bus fleet to be found anywhere in the Caribbean, because we put our money where our mouth is. So that those developmental issues cannot just be put on pause simply because of the fact that you have a climatic event which you must recover from. And we have determined that wherever it is possible, we take this argument to the international community with a view to getting them to understand and to buy into the importance of reframing and revising those things that the Bretton Woods institutions have traditionally stand for, in order to bring them, even if you have to bring them kicking, screaming, to the point where they understand that there has to be an approach that is more reflective of the reality, the day-to-day lived reality of those of us in small island developing states. But it doesn't end there. What perhaps is the most silent part of this need for reform is the fact that we also have a World Trade Organization, which strictly speaking is also part of the Bretton Woods arrangement. And that too is in need of reform. The World Trade Organization obviously has done wonderful good work. We have not spoken today very much about trade, but there are some specific programs and I suppose policy directives from which we can benefit and have benefited. The disciplines that the World Trade Organization presides over are in many cases important for ensuring that there is a democratization of international trade and a democratization with specific interests in the well-being of small states. So that when you hear people talk about special and differential treatment, for example, that is one area where we are simply saying we are vulnerable. We are vulnerable for a number of reasons, not the least of which is that we are very often as islands remote from centers of industrial and economic power. We are geographically remote from them, but we are also geographically vulnerable by virtue of the fact that we are disproportionately impacted by things like hurricanes and so on and so forth. The time that we take to recover is far more significant. The damage done to our economies is far more significant in terms of the gross impact on our GDP than it would be if a hurricane of the same strength struck the eastern seaboard of the United States of America. When that happens to them, they can mobilize resources from the West Coast to come into the eastern seaboard to bring assistance. We don't have that luxury. And so therefore, those types of discussions give birth to the World Trade Organization's perspective, which is helpful to us in that regard. But there are still other things that have to be done with respect to the transformation of the World Trade Organization in order to make it perhaps a little bit more responsive and, to use your word, to reform further that institution. I don't want this to be a conversation where you only hear my voice. I have the Director of Trade, Case Seeley, here. I have the Director General of the Productive Sector, Dr. Louis Woodruff. I have Minister Husbands, who's been working with the Trade Division during the tenure of the full tenure of this administration, because Minister Husbands would have been here in this ministry from 2018. And it might be a useful thing to hear their perspectives on this question of reform.
Thank you very much, and I'll just be brief in explaining one or two things that are important for us to understand. Right now, across the world, there's a cry for the reform of the Bretton Woods institutions because it is truly recognized that they are no longer fit for purpose to respond to the needs of today. And Richard Kozel Wright, in his book, which is deemed the new Bretton Woods, says that the global architecture has become too intrusive so that small island states do not have the flexibility to set in place domestic policy that is beneficial to their citizens without necessarily disturbing world trade, world anything in any possible way. And a good example of that is what we went through with the WTO and the fisheries agreement. We are a small island state. We do not impact fishing more than 0.007%. Very, very little. Not even 1% for these small island states. Yet they want to limit the capacity of governments like ourselves, providing subsidies to fishermen. So this affects the people in Pile Bay, in Weston, Paynes Bay, Oistins, when you want to give them some ice, a little fuel, a little help with their fishing boats. And so one of the things that we would have done is carried the battle then into the WTO. On that fisheries agreement, we would have worked with the then Blue Economy and Ministry of Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs, as well as when Minister Walcott went to the WTO at the last ministerial, this was the battle on to safeguard the capacity of small island states to make some decisions that will help their ordinary citizens without being interfered with by global rules that really were made not for us and don't support us. So this is an important thing. So it's just to show you how much reform is needed because it's become too intrusive and it's not as helpful. But I will ask the Director General of the productive sector, as he is now. He was the Director General of the Foreign Trade. I'll ask him to share his thoughts, and then Ms. Seeley.
Thank you, Minister, and good afternoon. I am Louis Woodruff, the Director General, Productive Sectors. Certainly, I've agreed with the comments of Minister and Senior Minister regarding these issues. I would want to say, though, that we often speak of the reform of institutions, reform of the WTO, reform of IMF, reform of the World Bank, but these are just bodies. To get reform, we really need to speak to the powerful interests of countries in these institutions, because these institutions are actually member-driven. So it is not a matter of the IMF or the WTO or the World Bank reforming itself without the input and the consent of a number of very powerful, developed countries. I would just want to make that one point. In terms of the WTO specifically, yes, there are some issues in there which were recognized almost from the start of the creation of the WTO in 1995. And those issues have lived on over the years. Certainly, the negotiating process has been very slow, again, as I said, because of the interests of very powerful countries. For us, there's a Small Economies Work Program created many years ago, but which we are still trying to get implemented. There are a number of unfinished issues, such as reform of the dispute settlement mechanism, which has been in train for many years, because the issue is, how can a small economy get redress in a large body such as the WTO when its trade is so minuscule? That is a major problem. And apart from those now, we have additional issues arising relating to green subsidies, if I may call it that, as well as climate change. So apart from the old issues which have not been resolved, we do have a new set of issues which we now face and which we are going to have to fight doubly hard, certainly, in order to get those matters solved. So I want to stop there, Ministers. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable House, Honorable members, colleagues. My name is Kay Seeley. I am the Director of Foreign Trade in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And I wanted to lend my voice to this discussion as it relates to reform. And just to caution a little bit that reform can be a two-edged sword. We need to be careful about the reasons why reform is being called for, especially in large institutions like the World Trade Organization. Now, in the ministry, we have been pushing our development partners to undertake a body of work relative to how the implementation of the body of agreements making up the World Trade Organization has been impacting small states, small vulnerable economies especially. And one of the things that we are mindful of is that we need to know what works for small states, what doesn't work for small states. We also need to know what, for instance, in the subsidies agreement in the WTO, we may have policy space there, but what has not been tested. And these are matters which we need to pay attention to. There's the whole issue of meaningful, special, and differential treatment, which means that, in essence, you give smaller states, developing countries, a little more latitude to implement the obligations than our larger counterparts would have. And we need to make sure that in the agreements which are crafted, we have that policy space to respond to our development needs and implement the mandates that we're called upon to implement. One of the major issues we need to tackle as well, graduation and access to financing. You would be amazed to note that even within these institutions such as the WTO, the whole matter of graduation even impacts how we can access some technical assistance which is available to the membership. And through the efforts at the international level, we are pushing to have those issues addressed to see how we can bring reform in those institutions. So just in closing, really, I want to say that, yes, reform is necessary. Yes, we need to be prepared for what reform would look like and why reform is being asked for. Is it, as the Director General Public Productive Sectors would have indicated, we have implementation issues which are unresolved, or is it because there are major players in the institutions who are not benefiting in the way that they would wish to benefit? But just to say the reform must result in an institution or institutions which benefit all participants in the process, and we have to be mindful that the issues of small states are not lost in the whole debate. Thank you.
Thank you, ministers and officers. Senior Minister, I want to give your ministry the opportunity to speak to the public a bit about UNCTAD. But before that, I just want to say how pleased it is. I don't think anyone in this Parliament could be more pleased about the restored very good relations between Barbados and our CARICOM sister countries, which had gone to an extreme low in the 10 years of the last decade, between 2008 and May 2018. You alluded to it earlier, where, I mean, Guyanese, and could be no relationship closer than between Barbadians and Guyanese. And it started because Barbadians went to Guyana to work in the sugar industry, where Guyanese were taken 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning by immigration officers on the instructions of a DLP administration that had no understanding whatsoever of the fact that Barbados benefited more from CARICOM than other CARICOM countries benefited from Barbados. And to see the arrangements that are now in place with Guyana, for example, on housing and agriculture, with Suriname with agriculture, I think Guyana, Antigua on pharmaceutical reach, and the establishment of a pharmaceutical industry with our East African ancestral links, for example, is extremely pleasing. But UNCTAD, now Barbados is, through our Honourable Prime Minister, President of UNCTAD, I believe for a 2-year period. We had UNCTAD conference in Barbados, I think it was, October 2021, if I recall correctly. UNCTAD used to be a forceful institution in the 1970s. The late Jamaican Prime Minister Michael Manley was one of the persons in the newly developed countries pushing it. At that time, it was a group of 77, known as the Group of 77, in terms of trying to get better trade links for our small island, developing, newly independent countries with the developed world. And I just would like, this Parliament and the wider public, obviously, to know what we have been doing in terms of assisting the ordinary Barbadian now and getting the gains to come down through our foreign affairs links through UNCTAD within recent times.
Honourable Member, we have with us the National Coordinator for the outcome of UNCTAD 15, I'm going to give the floor to him to speak to this question. I think that it is important to recognize that UNCTAD really would have responded to concerns, again, by the developing world, in much the same vein as your original question, the need for, or the felt need for there to be reform. The General Agreement on Tariff and Trade, which it then was, now the WTO, the World Bank, the IMF being considered to be unresponsive to the needs of developing countries, and that there needed to be more precise policy interventions that targeted some of developing country needs. For example, trade, transport, technology, access to financing, cultural cooperation. The truth of the matter is some of those things were felt back in the 70s, as you quite rightly point out, to be critical, and they still are. It takes no effort whatsoever to make a case that one of the challenges we have in this region is the absence of maritime transport, or very little presence of maritime transport to enable us to move more efficiently the goods that we produce in this region to facilitate interregional trade and development of that nature. Similarly, despite all the effort that we are doing with Africa, the need will continue to exist for some time for us to be able to move goods across the Atlantic from, let us say, Barbados to the west coast of Ghana, for argument's sake. And we know that it is possible to do it because, unfortunately, 400 years ago, we were the cargo that was being, or our forefathers were the cargo that was being moved. It is now necessary to replace that with the opportunities for us to move the fruits of our commercial endeavor today, so that it is a very relevant and real consideration. And I, quite frankly, would welcome, I won't tell you what to ask me, but I would welcome an opportunity to speak to you a little bit more about that African relationship which we are trying to flesh out, because I think that that is also a substantial, groundbreaking initiative, especially that relationship in the context of our interface with the Africa Exim Bank, which is in many ways unprecedented. And can only bear wonderful good fruit for this region. But I will yield the floor to Mr. Carlos Wharton, who is the National Coordinator for the outcome of UNCTAD 15. Mr. Wharton.
Thank you, Minister. For records, my name is Carlos Wharton, National Coordinator, resident in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, responsible for UNCTAD 15. A lot of what has been said is accurate with respect to the role of the United Nations Conference for Trade and Development. But for those listening who may not know, this institution is the only trade and development institution outside of the World Trade Organization that does research on trade and related issues for developing countries. It was established in the 1960s and has played a fundamental role in ensuring that certain key trade facilities, such as the generalized systems of preferences and so on, have been integrated into what is known as the multilateral trading system. When I joined the ministry for this assignment, Barbados was in the process of hosting what is known as UNCTAD 15, which is the 15th quadrennial session of the United Nations Conference for Trade and Development. And the two main outcome documents, the Bridgetown Covenant and the Spirit of Spicetown, sets the basis for the program of work that this institution will be undertaking over the next, between 2021 and 2024. For us here in Barbados, we are concerned not only primarily about Barbados' role as president of the conference and the Prime Minister's legacy in that regard, but we are also very concerned about ensuring that small and developing states got the maximum benefit during this quadrennium, since it was the first time that a small island developing state had been hosting the conference. So in that regard, some of the fundamental work we've been doing post-conference is working with, in first instance, the CARICOM Secretariat, and in the second and third instances, the Barbados Permanent Mission in Geneva, as well as the Bahamian Permanent Mission in Geneva, acting as their role as CARICOM coordinator in Geneva, to develop a SIDS framework well, the purpose of this work was to develop a SIDS-related framework that would set out clearly the program of work that UNCTAD would undertake for SIDS, not only throughout this quadrennium, but beyond. And I'm pleased to report that the initial work done has led to a concept paper being approved by CARICOM senior officials late last year. This concept note has been received in Geneva and has been discussed by the SIDS group in Geneva. And the last we've heard is that the SIDS coordinator and the UNCTAD Secretary General had agreed on a way forward in terms of further consultations with the SIDS group and the building out of a SIDS program within the UNCTAD framework. This for us is fundamental if we are to guarantee that beyond the Bridgetown Covenant, that the institution has a distinct program that is targeted, that is transparent, and that meets the needs for the diverse group of small island developing states. To complement that work, we are also in consultations with the CARICOM Secretariat in deepening the institutional relationships between that Secretariat and the United Nations Conference for Trade and Development. We figure that, again, this type of memorandum of understanding, which currently doesn't exist, is critical if we are to lock in the long-term developmental benefits that we can gain from this institution, not just for Barbados, but for across the entire CARICOM space. Bringing it more closely to home, sir, one of the key issues Prime Minister Motley had requested during the conference was for the institution to pay very close attention to what was happening with inflation and supply chain management. And again, we are pleased to advise that the United Nations, that UNCTAD intends to host the first inaugural Global Supply Chain Forum here in Barbados in March 2024. And you would ask, why is that important? You would appreciate that COVID-19, the unfortunate events in Europe, in the war in Ukraine, and other bottlenecks caused due to a high demand for transportation and indeed for cargo has led to significant bottlenecks in terms of our ability to access certain essential goods and services in particular, but services also in some instances when you're talking about air transport. So for us, this Global Supply Chain Forum allows Barbados and other small island developing states to put on the table the key issues that they see are affecting their ability to trade, but more importantly, to get access to key essentials. Also on that agenda would be the whole issue of climate change and its impact on the transportation sector, the whole issue of decarbonization and its implications for access to shipping and other shipping-related, access to shipping-related activities. Thank you. So again, we are still in negotiation phase with UNCTAD, but informally we have reached out to some country partners as well as international organizations, and they have all seemed willing to cooperate with us in this initiative. So we anticipate that all should go well for the hosting of this supply chain forum in March 2024. Another area that we've been working on is trying to convince the Secretariat to do more research on the impact of the international trading system and its rules on SIDS. And I think this was referenced earlier by my colleague, the Director of Foreign Trade. Lastly, we've been also assisting the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Investment, Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment on a project valued at around $500,000 US aimed at assisting Barbados with its economic diversification. And again, we are pleased to report that developments in this area are advancing smoothly, and we hope to receive a report from the UNCTAD Secretariat sometime between the third and fourth quarters of this year that will set out some of the key issues that Barbados has to tackle if it is to truly diversify its economy from what it currently, type of business it currently undertakes. So Here again, we are talking about the importance of a modern new industrial policy for Barbados that speaks not just to traditional manufacturing, but other aspects along the value chain, and that would incorporate key areas for us like the life sciences sector, as well as the renewable energy sector, and others that are of interest to export Barbados and invest Barbados. Chair, I rest there, but if there are any other questions that you have, I'll be willing to come back. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Minister and officers. And Chairman, my final intervention under this head would be on the issue of the organization, African, Caribbean, Pacific States, its relationship with the European Union, and how that is relevant to our constituents here in Barbados. Of course, I would have returned just 2 days ago from Brussels in representing Barbados in my capacity as representative to the assemblies, parliamentary assemblies there, OACPS, EU. And want to give Ministry, perhaps, the Honourable Member for St. James South and her officers the opportunity to speak towards the issue of the anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism financing. We know that it relates as well to the International Business Ministry, and obviously not only to Foreign Affairs Ministry, but the relevance, where are we at with that, the issue. We are now off of the list under the EU, but remain on an OECD list for some reason or another. We have tried to comply with everything which these developed countries require of us. The issue of beneficial ownership has been major, and we've reformed in that regard. As I understand it, an outstanding issue may very well be because we don't have enough successful prosecutions of people accused of money laundering. But obviously that doesn't make sense to me whatsoever, because under our system we have separation of powers, and a parliament or executive can tell a judiciary who it must find guilty. And after all, even if you find someone guilty at trial, they have a right of appeal, even to the CCJ. So if it could be explained to the public, the effects of this and the whole ramifications of it, and how it is so significant and important to not only our reputation as a country, which is a clean tax jurisdiction, but also in terms of our foreign exchange earnings. This was a sector which, if I recall, used to at one time earn about close to $1 billion a year in terms of foreign exchange, over 900 million, and significantly reduced now to a large extent because of what, in my opinion, is clearly unfairness by developed countries, which in fact encouraged us in the late 1970s to get into international business and international financial services. And if you could speak about the effect of that so that our constituents can see its importance to them, and also where we are at in terms of post-Cotonou agreement negotiations, and what is that about, and again, how that is of relevance to us as a country. The Cotonou agreement really having expired in 2020, but having been renewed now up to June this year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honourable Member, I'm going to invite, especially with regard to the latter part of your question, the Director of Foreign Trade to speak to this, but also Minister Husbands as well.
With regards to the OACP, I'll just lay a little groundwork, and I would let the Director of Foreign Trade and certainly Acting Permanent Secretary, who represented us so well in those negotiations, share the outcomes and where we are. The OACP was a body created, the ACP was a body created simply to engage the EU in relation to development cooperation and assistance. So it was a convenient arrangement for them to engage us as one rather than separate individual countries, because there are about 77 of us. And what has happened latterly is that we have done a pivot where we recognize that our only concern in that engagement cannot be the interaction with the EU, but the interaction among ourselves, that as 77 countries, those are a lot of numbers, that there's trade to be had, there's technical cooperation between ourselves to be had, and then there's the advocacy that we can do as an international body with other major organizations and be able to leverage those votes. And so the agreement was made between the ACP to shift and become the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States. And this was in keeping with our pursuit of South-South trade, South-South engagement, and therefore what we have seen recently is a tremendous strengthening of the relationships between the entities and a greater advocacy for each other's issues. For example, at the OACP, when I represented Barbados with the EU and so on, Barbados was probably the only voice that spoke about blacklisting, as though it didn't matter to anybody else in the room. However, since the formation of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, where we've pledged to support each other, at subsequent meetings, we have had the voices of all of our members supporting us on issues pertaining to blacklisting, to graduation, and so on. So there has been a shift. We've just completed the post-Cotonou agreement about 2 years ago, and we're now working through trying to get to a place where we are able to sign off on it and to be able to maximize the benefits from it. That is tremendous, and in response to the Honourable Corey Lane, what are the tangible benefits that we create? The signing of that post-Cotonou agreement coming into operation is going to make a good deal of difference to Barbados. I will ask the DPS Skinner to share, Acting Permanent Secretary Skinner to share concerning that, and then we'll ask the Director of Foreign Trade then to speak about where we are at the moment.
Thank you very much, Minister Husbands, and thank you, Honourable Member, for the questions related to the relationship between the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States and the European Union. Indeed, as indicated by Minister Husbands, negotiations for a new agreement between the two sides, OACPS and the European Union, concluded at the end of 2020, and the agreement was initialed in 2021 at the start. However, since then, there have been considerable issues related to Hungary, one of the EU member states, with respect to their own obligations being placed on them by the rest of the European Union in respect of their commitments to rule of law and other aspects. And in that context, I think that one member state has been leveraging its interest with the European Union and has used this agreement as one of the tools to delay its own commitments implementation. However, that has not stopped the two sides from engaging in cooperation that is beneficial to all parties. And in fact, the European Union adopted an amalgamation of its financial instruments under what is called NDICI, or Global Europe, to pursue development cooperation support with the countries of the world, all of their developing partners. And the Caribbean, and Barbados included, has been able to engage the European Union in this regard to benefit. And so even though the agreement having been negotiated and initialed but not signed, appeared not to be implemented because it wasn't signed, is in fact still being implemented because it's used as the policy basis for the implementation of cooperation under the Global Europe. Not fully, however, and therefore we need to be a bit more robust and engage our Caribbean and Latin American counterparts to ensure that we can fully make use of the available resources under that relationship with the European Union. Of course, when it relates to our size within this relationship, we've been we've benefited significantly because of the policy arrangement within the OACPS that have supported a number of initiatives that we have put on the table, challenges that we've been facing in all fronts, including on climate vulnerability, which has led us to the Bridgetown Initiative. The OACPS has been very instrumental in supporting that, and so we know we've got a body of support, global support for the issues that may have been tabled by Barbados, but are of relevance and significance to the world at large, and particularly to all developing countries, whether coastal or they are landlocked, as the case may be in for some countries, some developing countries. What we have also discovered from this process is that our voice can be heard in many quarters, and that we have strong leadership coming from the Caribbean and coming out of the OACPS because we've been able to leverage partners from among from the body of the OACPS, and we've also been able to leverage some partners that are of the OECD ilk. And I think that this augurs well for us. It also means that the issues of small island developing states can be squarely placed on the table for discussion in all fora. And in fact, some places where we don't currently have membership and we don't currently have a voice does not mean that that would remain like that into the future. Surely, now that we have seen what we are capable of achieving when we put our minds to it and we work a bit harder, a lot can be achieved. And I think this is something that the rest of the world is now recognizing, not only at the state level, but at other levels, that the issues that are affecting small island developing states, other developing countries, whatever their sizes, can be considered, and we certainly together can make things happen. We can get action. We can have the rest of the world listen and take action in respect of our concerns. Thank you.
Could I ask the Director of Foreign Trade then to share the results of the post-Cotonou agreement in terms of the funding that is going to be available, the areas that they're going to support, so that members and the wider public can get an understanding of what are some of the achievements that we have been able to generate by working through this relationship with the EU and the post-Cotonou agreement.
Thank you very much. And just to indicate that as it relates to funding, the European Union has revamped its funding modalities, and it has put in place a methodology of geographicization, where they have put countries and regions together. The Caribbean region is linked with the Americas. The sum of 3.395 million euros has been allocated to that region. Out of that amount, 800 million has been allocated to the Caribbean region in a separate packet, but it must be stressed that that amount also includes funding under national indicative programs for countries. Those countries which would have national indicative programs are Belize, the Dominican Republic, Guyana, Haiti, Jamaica, Suriname. You will note that Barbados is not included in that list. So from the 800 million, a residual amount of 208 million is actually left available under the Caribbean Regional Multi-Annual Indicative Program. And of that amount, Partnership for Green Deals, 87 million euros has been allocated. Partnership on Economic Resilience and Trade, 78 million euros has been allocated. Partnership for Governance, Security and Human Development, 30 million euros has been allocated. And under the cooperation facilities, 13 million euro has been allocated. Now, it is important to add that 3 regional programs have already been adopted by the European Commission in 2021. Those were the Euroclima under the Partnership for Green Deals, the EU, Latin America and Caribbean LAC Digital Alliance under the Partnership for Economic Resilience, and the Trade and the Caribbean Cooperation Facility. Now, of the amounts identified above, these totals each include an amount for the European Fund for Sustainable Development, and that fund includes a blending of loans and grants and guarantees. And I can tell you that the region is positioning itself to take advantage of these amounts. At the national level, the ministry has been working with the Ministry of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment to have ready a body of project ideas which can be easily inserted into the process once we have the requisite information available. And we have also been working closely with the European Union delegation in Barbados. We've been maintaining close dialogue. We've also been working with the Honourable Chantal Monroe-Knight relative to making sure that we have a matrix of projects. And working with the EU has indicated that in essence we bring the concepts to them and they would see what available resources are at the ready. But nonetheless, the ministry will be doing its research and consult with our other stakeholder ministries to make sure that we have sufficient information available to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just to emphasize what would have been said earlier, in terms of the South-South, if you look at how the EU has partitioned the funding out of the post-Cotonou, where the Caribbean is put in with Latin America, you will then see why the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade will be giving even greater attention to the relationships with Latin America so that we can develop some joint projects that we can take advantage of some of that programming and be able to get some of the vital things that we need for Barbados. And in addition, Africa being a part of the ACP, they themselves are going to be receiving, I think it's between $24 to $25 billion for the countries in Africa. And therefore, our relationship that we have started building with Africa is something then that we can all grow as a result of being part of that post-Cotonou and do some collaboration as well. Minister?
I don't know that I have anything else that I would wish to add to your question, Honourable Member. You had wanted to speak to, you hadn't asked the question. I suggested that I could elaborate by way of our relationship with Africa, but I don't want to go there if you haven't gone.
If Chairman gives me that follow-up in terms of Africa, yeah, I mean, the way CPS includes Africa, and Senior Minister, if you wish the opportunity to expand on, of course, the relations we have been developing with our African brothers over the last, 3 years?
No, I would simply just say this, Honourable Member. I think that there is tremendous opportunity that now awaits us as we deepen this relationship which we've forged with Barbados, first of all, and by extension CARICOM with Africa. Obviously, it began at a people-to-people, leader-to-leader level, and we in Barbados have seen visits in the life of this administration which were unprecedented. The President of Ghana, the President of Kenya, President of Rwanda. But beyond that,
We have recently had the advantage of the Africa Exim Bank coming in the personage of its head, its president, President Orama, to participate for the first time ever in a CARICOM Heads of Government conference, which they did in Bahamas last month, and to make very substantial commitments towards deepening their relationship with CARICOM. In fact, creating, again, for the first time, a platform which is aimed at the process of developing trade on a South-South basis with an entity that is very competent and capable to not only just engage, but to deliver substantial funding assistance. On the table right now, if all of the CARICOM member states sign on, would be a commitment towards $3 billion United States dollars in funding. And as it now stands, there's a guarantee of $1.5 billion. Not the type of money in terms of development funding that is being discussed anywhere else with respect to this region. And it is vitally important, in my judgment, that we now see this as an opportunity to do some of the things that many of our colleagues here today have talked about. I used the example just now when I first started to respond on the question of UNCTAD about the challenge that we do have with respect to moving goods. And in real terms, there must be a shipping line. That has always been a clear understanding, but there's never been any capacity to finance it. So that is, for example, one major type of project that has to happen. Above and beyond that, there's obviously the need to build the air bridge between ourselves and the African continent. And that is, we've already had this type of discussion when the tourism ministry was here in the well, and there are discussions going on with at least 3 entities out of Africa right now between Barbados and that continent. So I simply say that it is an opportunity which has presented itself and which is really going to be concretized by virtue of the fact that the Africa Exim Bank will have its Caribbean headquarters right here in Barbados. So that was the observation I wanted to make.
I thank you, Senior Minister, and officers, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister Simmons, you had indicated that when you, as a neophyte minister, were involved in trade, CARICOM represented half.
I think the word I used was novitiate.
I stand corrected. Let the record reflect what the minister said. But you indicated that the trade with CARICOM represented 50% of our trade capacity, and that now it is 60-something%. So given the importance of CARICOM to trade, what initiatives are there now to encourage, further develop, incentivize regional trade in that area?
Well, okay, first of all, the last year's figure would have suggested that 60% of our trade, total exports, goes to the CARICOM area. I think that in some measure, Mr. Chairman, we may have tread on this ground earlier, because part of what we wish to do, obviously, is to deepen the relationship with certain key entities within CARICOM. Obviously, the question of Guyana and Suriname becomes a critical part of that discussion. With respect to our exports, again, when Minister Colin Jordan would have raised the question about movement of people, I think that in a sense it also speaks to this issue. We do a large amount of our work via our business, via the movement of services and not so much goods. Yes, we want to increase the amount of goods that we sell into the region, but let me speak a little bit, first of all, to the question of moving services. There are a number of, in fact, you know what, I'm going to use this approach to it. We have, in my judgment, to take very seriously the opportunities that present themselves for us to better sell our services, not only into CARICOM, but, Honourable Member, quite frankly, into the wider world. CARICOM is perhaps the starting ground. Perhaps you might wish to see it, for want of a better way of putting it, as the practice wicket. We have a revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, which creates a set of rules and regulations within which we will trade in services, and which we do follow. But we must now be able to take those same services that we sell, whatsoever those services are. In your case and in mine, it could be legal services. In other cases, there's a whole range. There's ground transportation. We are doing home porting in Barbados. We do efficiently, at world-class level, a business via ground transportation that is not replicated anywhere else in the Eastern Caribbean. We take passengers who arrive here on a wide-bodied aircraft. We create an artificial bubble by having large tour buses meeting them at the foot of the aircraft. We transport them down to Bridgetown, where they are processed and placed on a cruise ship, and the reverse is done on the way back up. That type of facility is a service strength that can be sold not only into other places of the Caribbean, but equally can be sold outside of the Caribbean, outside of CARICOM. I need not tell you, Honourable Member, about the skill sets of the professions, because you are part of the professional class in Barbados, and you will know whether it is engineering, law, medicine, etc. There's a range of professionals who leave this country on a week-by-week basis and go to sell their services across the Eastern Caribbean. And again, we have to so manipulate trade relationships that we allow for those services to be sold beyond the borders of CARICOM. Culturally, we were able to define in an economic partnership agreement the ability to move, or our cultural practitioners to move and sell their services into Europe. That we have not put the kind of muscular tissue behind that opportunity is no fault of our cultural practitioners. It, quite frankly, is a failing that we have to confront as a country. I know that this administration, the prior Barbados Labour Party administration would have been in office when the Economic Partnership Agreement was concluded. I was party to the conclusion of the negotiation. There was a dearth of activity that took place between then and now. So much so that certain things that should even have been assisting, if I go back to the example of our professions, assisting our professionals to be able to move their services did not happen, but they were fundamental. So I speak, for example, to the recognition, mutual recognition of agreements, so that you can recognize the institutions that you were trained at and be accredited as part of the trading process. Those mutual recognition agreements, which would say, for example, that we recognize that you are trained in engineering at a certain school, and this meets the standard that we want to have met for you to sell your services into Europe, or that you were trained in a certain school when it comes to law, etc. You want to sell your services. Those things we have not done. Truth be told, we didn't even do it amongst ourselves as yet. And this is really the painful lesson of missed opportunity, Mr. Chairman. So that the Honourable Member to whom I am responding, and myself, are members of the legal profession. CARICOM would see, as of right, members of the legal profession within CARICOM moving freely between CARICOM member states, subject to accreditation. But there is not a single lawyer in Barbados who has been accredited in Suriname, to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, and I suspect vice versa. So that if we have failed to do these things amongst ourselves, it is not likely that we're going to be able to break in to the Dutch Antilles to do business, nor is it likely that we'll be able to break into the Kingdom of the Netherlands to do business. And those are the ways in which the services sector, traditional services sector, has been failed. I think we must also not just see ourselves as we are now, but what are the services that we want to move tomorrow. web design, applications design, software. Those are things that all of our young people are now not grappling with, but living. And we must be in a position to make sure that our trade agreements enable those young people in particular, all in young, but enable those people in particular with that type of interest to be able to penetrate new markets. Now, if I could speak even more candidly about some of the concerns that I have. At the heads meeting in the Bahamas, we had the opportunity to interface with Prime Minister Trudeau. And Prime Minister Trudeau would have been requested by some of the heads, and I think very well-intentioned heads of government, to allow for there to be easier access to the Canadian market by way of the granting of visas, et cetera, et cetera. And while there is room for that type of discussion, the truth of the matter is that we now have to be willing as a region, and I suspect this region is got to be led by some country, and I see no reason why it cannot be Barbados, quite frankly, to say that the time has come when we have to be more robust in the type of trade relationship that we want with major trading partners, specifically Canada and the United States of America. In the case of Canada, our trade relationship is rooted in an agreement, an arrangement, called CaribCan, which came into force in 1986. It is an arrangement which is rooted on preferential treatment being given to Barbados and the English-speaking Caribbean, non-reciprocal access to their market. So we don't reciprocate. They would take what we have, and they determine what they're going to take from us. So that there may be some textiles, there may be some, the basic commodities. But nowhere in that arrangement is there services. So that all of those categories that I just spoke to you about, Honourable Member, ground transportation, expertise at world-class level that we've built out in this country, not one of them can function in Canada. The professionals, Mr. Chairman, same challenges would confront them. The web design, application, creation, software, et cetera, we have world-class health workers in Barbados, same challenge would confront them. And you can go on and on. So that if you're going to seriously look at the relationship we have with Canada in terms of services, which is supposed to be our area of strength, then we need to be seriously looking at how best we can redesign not the arrangement we have with Canada. And it is an arrangement in which the Prime Minister of Canada will determine whether he goes to the WTO and asks for a waiver in order for it to continue, rather than what we need to have, which is to say an agreement rooted in law, which says that these are the terms of the trade agreement, and these are the terms in which we access Canada's market with the following types of services and or goods. And I would go further. It has to be sufficiently mature that it takes into account the imbalance in terms of size and capacity to trade in the same way that we have been able to do that with the Economic Partnership Agreement in Europe, so that there was, with Europe, an asymmetrical market access that allowed for us to get our goods and services into Europe if we had cared to capitalize on it, which we failed to do, but get our goods and services into Europe without them having the same degree of access immediately. And then after a period of time, during which our people would have had a chance to grow, become more competitive, become more familiar with the nuances of the marketplace, and therefore be able to stand on their own 2 feet over there, then there would have been the inward flow of goods coming from Europe. We have, sir, failed to do that between 2008 and 2023. It is a burning, crying shame. And the reality is that if we are not careful, we will replicate that failure. And it is my judgment that it is not only true of Canada, it is also true, sir, of the United States of America, where we have a similar arrangement called the Caribbean Basin Initiative. And in that Caribbean Basin Initiative, again, preferential, non-reciprocal arrangement handed to us or gifted to us by President Reagan. The Congress of the United States would have approved it in 1986, I believe. Reagan would have committed to it in 1984. But we are talking about preferential access of duty-free goods, and it has been a very limited value. It needs now to be reassessed, and again, taking into consideration those areas which are areas of strength for us, and among those areas of strength must be a serious conversation on the services sector in Barbados. Because we, as you well know, Honourable Member, are spending millions of dollars training our people to become top-line graduates of university in a number of areas, whether it be health, whether it be education, whether it be the professions, you name it. But they are not able to access, as of right, the United States market or the Canadian market in order to sell those things that those skills that they possess. And for each one of them who are unable to do that, we are bereft, or we are losing opportunities for foreign exchange. In the case of Canada, I had a chance to have to look at it the other day. Canada, sale of services into Canada by the United States of America was over 60 billion, with a B, United States dollars last year. And there's really no reason why we should not be competing in that space. I would agree that we're not going to be able to compete with all the services that the United States may sell. But the fact of the matter is, if we are seriously interested in building out skill sets in Barbados, and we obviously are because we invest heavily in it financially, we must then, in terms of training, we must then find markets for those people who are trained to be able to bring returns to the country. That's just my view. And I feel that I should give the opportunity for the Director of Trade and the Director General of the Productive Sector to share their thoughts, if any.
Certainly, thank you, Minister. I would just want to add that CARICOM itself has recognized that there's a need certainly to undertake some deepening between its members. Overall, about 17% of trade within CARICOM is actually inter-regional trade. We import most of our goods from outside of the region, so there certainly is a need to substantially increase trade within the region. And there are a number of initiatives going on at the moment. I believe Minister Husbands would have spoken before about SimSupro. That is one of the initiatives which hopefully, if it is utilized fully by all importers and exporters, we should certainly see an increase in goods being traded within the region. But there's also at the technical level work going on in terms of the revising the common external tariff. And the purpose of that is certainly to ensure that regional goods are protected within the common market while ensuring that consumers do not pay excessively high duty on goods which are not produced here. But that as well will certainly see an increase, or is intended to get an increase in trade within the region. I should also add that there's also the rules of origin criteria that is being revised as well, and that is to deepen the type of production which we have within the region and to ensure that there's higher value added, because the higher the value, certainly the more benefit it will be for the region, more profits for regional businesses. So I think that those three initiatives I wanted to highlight at this stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I would just expand a little more on some of the initiatives which the Director General has identified, as well as some of the other initiatives in place relative to increasing trade and improving the regulatory framework within CARICOM. Most of these discussions take place within the Council for Trade and Economic Development. So SimSupro, or the CARICOM Integrated Marketplace and Suspension Procedure, that is a website which has been created, I believe, by the Republic of Suriname. It has been handed over to CARICOM. It was officially launched last year in September. And it's a medium whereby all producers in CARICOM can upload details of the products which they produce. It is a framework to bolster intra-regional trade, but is a public site, so it's also available to persons from outside of CARICOM as well. And the onus really is for every single member state in CARICOM to populate the website with the information on the producers so that they can take advantage of the opportunities there. As it relates to the CET and the rules of origin, yes, the Director General would have spoken to that issue, and we need to have a common external tariff in place. And this tariff is applicable to third states, and it also applies in instances where goods produced in CARICOM do not meet the agreed rules of production. So as he indicated, you would get the requisite protection, and it's also intended to help bolster trade and production, innovation, investment, and revenue when you need. Once you put it in the right spot, that will be done. As it relates to the regulatory framework, work is being completed on the rules and regulations for the mergers and acquisitions regime. We recognize as it relates to competition policy, we need an effective framework in place, and rules and regulations therefore are pivotal. And I'm pleased to say that Barbados has been leading the charge in this area. I believe the Fair Trading Commission has been chairing this process on behalf of the region. Also, as it relates to public procurement, the regional market is untapped as it relates to public procurement. There are public procurement portals which each member state in CARICOM is supposed to have. Those portals, I believe, were created with funding which was made available by the European Union. And through these portals, each country is supposed to upload those procurement opportunities so that there is transparency and information is made available to all CARICOM member states to access those opportunities for trade, especially as it relates to small businesses. It provides opportunities for collaborations in order to meet those procurement requirements. So Barbados would have signed the procurement protocol, I believe, in 2019, but the regulations and the rules have to be finalized. There's also the Trade in Animal and Animal Products Protocol. It was very interesting to note that meat comes into the region from as far, I believe, as New Zealand and Australia, and the appropriate framework was not in place in CARICOM to allow our members to trade chicken between Barbados and Guyana or St. Lucia. So that process too is being finalized. You would have heard earlier this morning about the 25 by 25 program, which is being pushed by the CARICOM private sector organization. That organization brings together a wide cross-section of the private sector, and they also are the main interface with the CARICOM bodies as it relates to the private sector interests. Now, that program is intended to reduce the volume of value-added imports as it relates to agro-processed foods into the region by 25% by 2025. And it must be made clear that under this arrangement, the region is not planning to ban the imports of any commodities from any countries. The regional market is big enough for sufficient players from within and outside to participate. And through this framework, we're looking to encourage investment from within, from outside, create opportunities for value-added production. This would, of course, lend itself to increased employment and revenue generation within the region. A similar path is being taken as it relates to industrial goods. We're now in the initial stages. We've managed to identify a couple products where studies are being done. There are about 3 products. One is more value-added industrial, but work is continuing, and we're looking to see for these products how we can increase production security for businesses in the region. And the last point I would wish to mention at this time right now would be an initiative by the ministry where Honorable Minister Husbands would have initiated a process of informal consultations with her colleagues in CARICOM with a view to move the CARICOM agenda forward, regional integration, creating real opportunities for increased trade amongst member states bilaterally. And I'm pleased to report that it is a lead up from a process where we've been meeting with subsets, but I believe in September last year, Minister, we would have had an informal meeting which was chaired by St. Kitts and Nevis, and the results of that meeting will be coming to a special meeting of the Council for Trade and Economic Development, I believe, on the 8th of March this week. So those are just a few of the initiatives which are being rolled out by the Council for Trade and Economic Development. Senior Minister would have mentioned already the issues related to shipping. There's the issues related to scale, and COVID-19 showed us that within the region, we really needed to increase our efforts as it relates to production and food and nutritional security. And we hope that through increased opportunities for trade in the region, scale can be ramped up, and this can redound itself to reduce costs of goods in the region. And with increased trade, you may find that the shipping issue may be resolved to some extent, but we are keeping our fingers crossed. I rest. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions.
Sorry, I was just going to say that in order for those initiatives to work, it is necessary now to work with your enterprises to get them to think and operate export-oriented, help them to build capacity so that they're able to take on those markets, because I believe it is the way in which we're going to build regional enterprises that have some scale that will give us capacity then to take on Africa or to take on Latin America. So you also have to have on the other side the preparation and capacity building of your enterprises to take advantage of what are the opportunities we're presenting. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister, I strongly believe in the adage, if you don't leave home, nothing will happen to you. And I think that if I were to summarize the purpose of the ministry in as normal a way as I could, it would be that. It would be that a country the size of Barbados, that I dare say for the decade before 2018 had lost quite a bit of its global gravitas, does really need to invest in having a presence and having conversations with our partners. Now, I'm going to start with a very specific question, a very specific issue for the people that and that we all represent. I imagine that in many ways, your brief, the brief of this ministry, must be driven by the needs of the people that we serve in Barbados, so that it is not about some lofty international agenda, but it is about what do Barbadians need. And in that regard, I have a very particular concern. I look through your estimates and I see that there are overseas missions, funded overseas missions in Venezuela, a funded overseas mission in United Arab Emirates. And in your opening, Minister, you talked about increased and enhanced partnership with Saudi Arabia. Now, as you may be aware, and I definitely know that the Minister of State in the ministry is very aware, the Hajj pilgrimage to Saudi Arabia is one of the 5 pillars of Islam. Every adult Muslim must undertake this pilgrimage to Mecca at least once in his or her adult life. And I frame the importance of that to let you understand that perhaps if you were talking about Christianity or another faith, you might say that you are really talking about the matter of a man or a woman's salvation. And I don't think that as a government we want to play with that idea. So Barbadian Muslims being able to make the journey to Saudi Arabia at least once in their adult life is one of the things they must do as a practicing Muslim. Now, there's been an issue with the availability of visas to Barbadian Muslims to be able to make this pilgrimage. And it is not, I raise it here to have an opportunity to ventilate the issue. I do not consider it an administrative matter, and I do not consider it minutia. I consider it something that occupies the attention and the anxiety of many of the Barbadians that we represent. Now, it seems the rest of the world is able to do this online, or at least many countries are. I believe that there was an attempt by several Barbadians to do it online, and it was not successful. And the reason I raise the issue of the overseas mission in Venezuela is that I believe that it means that there still needs to be travel to Caracas to be able to undertake the process. Now, we know that because of recent events, being able to engage with Caracas for these kinds of issues is also not as straightforward as one would think. I want to hear from you, bearing in mind that when we engage with other countries, we have to bring to them the things that occupy our citizenry. I had raised this matter in previous discussions when we were engaging Saudi Arabia on other matters. And I do not think we have been able to get it resolved. The last season of Hajj, I believe, was the one in which no Barbadian was able to make the pilgrimage. And this is serious for the Muslim population. So I wanted to ask you more broadly, what do we foresee as the cooperation with Saudi Arabia, and whether there is space to ensure that this accommodation, where we have direct access to those visas, is a part of that relationship?
Well, Honourable Member, I want to say to you, first of all, that I'm in philosophical alignment with you on the importance of the matter you're raising. The specifics of the circumstances were not known to me personally, but I am in philosophical alignment with you on the matter. I think it would be more accurate to say that I couched my opening remarks more broadly than just Saudi Arabia, because beyond the kingdom, what we are really seeking is an enhanced partnership with all of the Gulf states. But out of an abundance of deference to the specific nature of your question, I'm going to invite P.S. Rudder to respond to the material particulars which are confronting.
Thank you, Minister. I shall do my best. Yes, this has been a problem. Sourcing visas for Barbadian nationals wishing to go to the pilgrimage has been an ongoing problem for which we have continuously made representation. There are, of course, as you would know, Honourable Representative, several countries with which Barbados has visa abolition agreements of different types, and this would have been an approach that we would have attempted to make also in this regard, if only specific to this holy time. The success has not been achieved. I was told, though, a little earlier this year by one of the leaders in the Muslim community here in Barbados that some accommodation had been reached. But the specifics of that I am not able because I didn't receive all of the information to share here today. But it's something that Barbados, as a government, the ministry, as a ministry representing the interests of our nationals, that we will continue to pursue until we can have a sustainable solution to it, and not a sort of patch and fix for 1 year or another.
I would only want to add, Minister, because I recognize that you've obviously pointed to a deficiency, and I want to thank you for doing that. A few days ago, it was drawn to my attention by two ladies who were going on a cruise in Africa. They were flying to Africa to do a cruise, and they were going to stop as a 3-week cruise, stopping at about 17 different ports in Africa. And they were making the point to me that even though we have gone through this exercise of waiving the visa requirements, that the reciprocal waiver has not in all circumstances been done, which in turn makes it difficult for them, because in 1 or 2 stops they will not be able to get off of the ship because that has not been fixed. So it throws light, as your question has done, on some of the deficiencies. And I would simply say this: we are obviously going through a transformative period. This type of approach to these countries has not been done in the past, and there will be areas where the ball has been fumbled. I want to face it frankly and pledge that we will do our best to fix it, because I do understand the point you're making. It is a very material concern.
Thank you very much, Minister. If I may try and point in a particular direction on that matter, I think that one is likely to have some success with the online portal. There are countries that have access. I see no reason why Barbadian nationals could not similarly be one of the countries that is able to simply go online and access a visa. Of course, this is your wheelhouse more than mine, so there may be considerations that I'm not aware of, but it may be worth looking into. On my second question, I thank you for the commitment to address it. My second question, I want to return to something that has been fairly ventilated in our discussions so far, but I want to focus on one particular approach to or function of CARICOM. We've spoken about free movement. We've spoken about generally what is on the CARICOM agenda. But it seems to me that, and there are many young people who raise the issue of the role of CARICOM and its usefulness in a future Barbados and in a future Caribbean, is something that is interestingly on the lips, on the minds of many young people, as we think about what should Barbados' integration into the world continue to look like. I've always thought, having worked myself in the Caribbean single market and economy, and having very much enjoyed doing so, I've always thought that the effort of those who work within the organs of CARICOM seems not to match the output. There's a tremendous amount of effort that goes into a lot of the work that goes on within the institution, and there's a tremendous amount of talent within the organs of the institution. But I feel as if when I compare, for example, the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States and how real that cooperation is for the experience of citizens every day, that perhaps CARICOM does have a ways to go. And I wanted to ask you in particular about the role of functional cooperation. That thing that we do where we work together for a common outcome or common operations in 1 or 2 or 3 areas. And I've long thought that CARICOM needs to choose what those are. And if we have 4 or 5 countries who are willing to come together and make that functional cooperation happen, then we should do that. We have had lots of conversations, Minister, throughout these estimates, and we'll continue to have, about the question of laboratories for sanitary and phytosanitary analysis and so on, about the issue of data data analytics, and cybersecurity. The issue of health and medical diagnostics and the extent to which we don't have a population size that would call for us to have all of these different types of equipment, because in a population our size, the cost benefit of having maybe 10 people in the population or 100 people in the population using this equipment would not bring us economies of scale. We have talked throughout these estimates about the issue of pharmaceutical procurement as well, and the fact that the Eastern Caribbean has managed to perfect something that perhaps the wider CARICOM has not properly turned its attention to. Certainly on the issue of data, I used to be a part of a group called the Living Standard Measurement Committee for the Eastern Caribbean. And what was that? It was a group of us, statisticians, economists, and others, who got together and said, listen, we don't have the wherewithal to be continuously doing poverty studies that cost $200,000 a pop. Let's come together and decide that we are going to have this kind of standard schedule of surveys that we do throughout the Eastern Caribbean that allows us to know some of the particulars of how people are living and share that information and be able to compare that information across countries. Functional cooperation for me is where CARICOM can distinguish itself and be of use to citizens of this region by coming together to look at procuring pharmaceuticals, medical diagnostics, data, cybersecurity, and so on. What is the agenda? What are the targets for making functional cooperation real in CARICOM, and how do we expect that that will benefit Barbadians?
Before you get an answer from me on this particular question, I do believe that P.S. Rudder wanted to circle back to your previous question to just add something else. P.S.
Thank you, Senior Minister Simmons. You moved so quickly, Ms. Cadell, that I just wanted really to reiterate that it's the recognition of your frustration and that of the, which is obviously you're representing the concerns of the Muslim community in Barbados about the fact that we cannot get visas or the same access to other countries. I just want to emphasize that this is, Barbados, the ministry will continue to make the representation. At the end of the day, it is a sovereign decision by the Saudi government, just as Barbados makes a decision that we don't provide visa-free access to many countries. We've expanded the group, but we don't do it for everyone. And just the same way that Barbados gets visas for certain is visa-free for certain countries, while others have to apply and be granted or not. But the real point I want to make is that often this comes from a strength of relationship and an understanding of the sharing of the needs between the two countries. And Barbados is working to build its relationship with Saudi Arabia. This is part of the non-traditional areas where we have expanded externally in our external engagement. We're focusing on a lot of matters of technical cooperation, funding, finance, air services, you name it. I feel that the growth of the relationship, the strength of the relationship should lead into that area also. And certainly we'll work to make it happen.
Thank you for coming back on that. Minister, before you answer the second question, I just want to clarify that for years, Muslim Barbadians have been traveling to Saudi Arabia for Hajj. So this is not a new ask. This is something that has been interrupted. And I believe that it was last year that was the first time that no Barbadian was able to travel. So just to clarify for those who may be listening, that we're not asking for a new visa arrangement. I think we're asking for the operational process to be more accessible, because you will understand that it is more difficult for people to have to themselves travel to Venezuela to be able to have this process completed. And to the extent that there is an online facility in place now, I am making the request frontally that we explore Barbados being added as one of the countries that can have access to that online approach. You know, when the minister who's now responsible for investment was having conversations with the delegation from Saudi Arabia in the area of tourism and other areas of cooperation, I said to him, quite frankly, that we have to be able to represent the concerns of Barbadians today. We have to be able to make representation for the things that they are asking of us today. I know that sometimes we feel that we are negotiating these kind of lofty matters, but I would not want to see us come away from the negotiating table or the partnership table without also impressing upon our interlocutors that there are things that we need and we are asking. We are a sovereign nation with the right to be able to express the needs of our country and the people who live here. And I would simply ask that we live by that principle. Thank you.
Minister, if I could now, because as I said, I am entirely aligned with you philosophically on the issue, and we will have to look at this internally. If I could go to the second question, and let me start by responding there on the basis again of how I feel. And I think you know where I stand on the question of CARICOM and its usefulness. I believe that a strong CARICOM, and I think I made this case already today, a strong CARICOM is absolutely important for Barbados's economic and commercial well-being. I do not know of any economic precedent to be found anywhere else in the world where you have 60% or more of your trade being reliant on that one particular geographical area, and you do not do all within your power to sustain that geographical area and make it stronger, because it is almost like your lifeblood that you are speaking about. Now, where are we? As a small island, 166 square miles, 300,000 odd people, we just cannot do it alone. And so therefore there has to be a deepening of relationship, and CARICOM perhaps is the first point and the easiest point within which we can build these, use the fancy language, multilateral relationships. But what we're talking about is to build a relationship that works for the people of Barbados, your constituents and mine. When you're confronted with shortages of key products, as we have been during the course of all of last year as a result of the Kremlin's war, we had to find assistance from the relationship which we drew from CARICOM and wider Caribbean. Food and production insecurity, again, we drew our support from CARICOM. There are serious issues which this country has had to contend with throughout time and still contending with. And I don't want to say serious issues and then in the same breath necessarily use the example of security, but that quite frankly comes to my mind. And we all know that from time to time we have had to find partnerships with CARICOM neighbors on matters of security and vice versa. So that I start by saying that for me, a strong CARICOM is an indispensable proposition. I then turn to your question of functional cooperation. I think it is important to recognize that there are very limited resources in this region. I think you made that point. And sometimes it is distinctly unhelpful to have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 12, 14 countries trying to replicate the same endeavor, because many of us are in a state of financial contingency, and it would be best to merge our efforts. In fact, it probably would be a most desirable practice. And I can give you an example of where I am increasingly coming to the conclusion that we probably should look at the region as opposed to just ourselves. I used to be minister responsible directly for the operation of the Fair Trade Commission. The Fair Trade Commission is now confronted with unprecedented levels of responsibility for an emerging energy sector, which, though we know it had to happen,
clearly the level, and you are familiar with this, the level of demand placed now to create a new regulatory framework for wind energy, for photovoltaic energy. Even as we do this and try to build out this regulatory framework, all the other business of the Fair Trade Commission has to be done, and the expertise required to deal with these intensely complicated and specialist areas is not easily forthcoming. So that to say that Barbados has one and then expect St. Lucia to have one and Dominica to have one, et cetera, may not be the best thing for the region. The other point is that, quite frankly, you do not get for those people who have to function as regulators, they do not get the best scale of experience if you're only looking at what happens within one small destination of 166 square miles. You need to have a wider cross-section of experience to bring out the best of you, and I think that is true. Certainly it is true of the practice of law. The more experience you get as a lawyer, the better you should become. The more experience you get as a doctor, the better and more competent you should become. And that is one of the realities that we have to confront. So that there are clearly some areas where I think you're quite right. There should be an approach where the collective is dealing with any one particular task, and it may be satisfactory also for financial reasons, which are very obvious, because if we pool together to achieve whatever that task is, and whatever discipline it might be, then probably we are going to put less strain on all of our budgets, which, as I started by saying, are substantially strained already. CARICOM has, prior to my becoming foreign minister, and I'm trying to remember now, for the life of me, I can't remember the date, but it would have been within the last 2 or 3 years. CARICOM came to a position where at the heads of government they agreed that I believe if 4 or 5 member states are prepared to embark on a particular venture, then they can go ahead and do this. And when and if others are able to catch up or to step on board, then that can happen. Now, there were some built-in, that was an important point, because there are some built-in impediments in our system, and we bring this on ourselves. I am going to speak guardedly here now, because I'm speaking about what heads of government have done and are doing, and I do not wish to be interpreted as flying in the face of the heads. But the truth of the matter is, I think we can all agree that it is easier to, and I use your example of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, it is easier for them to move as one because structurally they are perhaps more alike and more automatically aligned than CARICOM is as a broader collective. In CARICOM, we have the issues of the lesser developed countries, so-called, and the more developed countries, and how you strike a balance between the pace at which the lesser developed can move and the pace at which the more developed can move, et cetera, et cetera. So that I throw that out there as perhaps an example of why it is that those things that you correctly point to are taking place. I also feel that inherently in the structure of CARICOM, there has been a practice where all must agree for anything to happen. And now that we've started to break away from that, it will allow for greater impetus in progressing towards new ideas and new initiatives. And I do think it has been an impediment to our progress, because we have traditionally had to say we wait on all 14 to come to the table before we can go forward. There's a lot of discussion that can turn on this particular matter. And again, because it is really not within my domain, quite frankly, not even within Barbados's domain alone, but it has to be at the level of the heads and a plurality of the heads for us to be able to speak to changes with respect to how we treat the functional cooperation. I would want to invite Senior Foreign Service Officer Sandra Gittins to share her thoughts on this, because she has, as you are aware, been deeply involved in the CARICOM process and would be very au fait with some of the challenges which have been raised on this matter before.
Thank you, Senior Minister. Just to say that the heads have agreed, and you correctly stated that they took the decision that where 4 or 5 CARICOM member states are ready to move forward, they signed what is called the Enhanced Cooperation Protocol to do so. There are several areas in which the heads are seeking to address. And Prime Minister Motley, as the lead head for the CARICOM single market and the economy, recently wrote to her colleagues to point out some of the areas of action that are priority areas that are outstanding. And these areas all help in terms of functional cooperation. There is the agricultural, sanitary, and photosanitary matters. There's the authorization of the multilateral air services agreement. We all know that there's an issue of transportation within the region. There's the protocol on contingent rights that also needs to be operationalized. With respect to the free movement of persons, there must be the need for member states to agree to the categories and to put that into their internal institutional practices. There is the mutual recognition of companies. We spoke earlier about the common external tariff when we spoke about the issues of trade. So it's completing the common external tariff review. There's also the updating and the further developing of the CARICOM single market application process system and the online company registry labor market information system. So these are steps in which the heads are taking to ensure harmonization and cooperation among the member states. I also want to mention that later this month, I think it's between the 21st and the 24th of March, we are actually going to have here in Barbados a symposium with the CARICOM regional institutions. One of the mandate of the heads is the need to review the CARICOM institutions and see how are they fit for purpose at this moment in terms of advancing the regional integration project. So the ministry is currently working to organize and to set up that symposium with a consultant, and we also will be calling upon ministries to participate in that. There's also a whole review of the governance system of CARICOM. How best are we meeting the needs of the region, of our citizens within, and to look at what the structures are in terms of the decision-making practices and policies. We know that we leave at the end of a meeting. How are we implementing what were the outcomes of the decisions taken by the heads of government? So, Minister, you are, Member of Parliament, you are correct. The area of functional cooperation is important. During the COVID period, we saw how important that was, where we were able as a region to deal with the matters that came to fore, and without having the CARFA, which is a CARICOM institution, we would not have been able to procure some of the vaccines that we were able to do so for our citizens, and that is throughout the region. We also, I must say, we had to rely on one of our member states, St. Lucia, because of the pharmaceutical arrangements they have with Martinique, where we were able to tap into them to make and put on their schedule to ask for vaccines for Barbados. These are things that are happening which persons may not be aware of, but without the collaboration among our member states, we will not be able to do many things and to advance many things for our citizens. And I would just like to end by saying that the fact that we have 7 members within CARICOM who are able to collaborate strengthens the regional integration project, and it also makes it deepens it, and therefore we do not consider the fact that they may be able to move forward on their own or because of the status that they may be as something that is a hindrance, but rather adding to the widening and the deepening of the CARICOM project. Thank you.
The only thing I would want to add, Honourable Member, is that perhaps the missing piece of this puzzle that you have quite interestingly pointed us to is the question of how we are going to treat the sovereignty. And I think that, again, CARICOM has chosen to do things in perhaps one of the most difficult ways in terms of bringing an integration effort together and to move it forward. Obviously, there's not a lot of appetite in many parts of the CARICOM community to loss of sovereignty. But the reality is that if we look at the example you gave us with the OECS, their capacity to come together, for example, and have one central bank, one common currency, and therefore the fiscal policy that must go with that and so on, which must underpin those types of arrangements. Those are conversations which have to be had at a wider level in CARICOM if we are going to see the kind of similarity between CARICOM as it now exists and the OECS as it now functions. I think that is a journey that we still have to go on. It's a conversation, as I said, that a lot of people are not going to be happy to have because many of us prefer to be in complete control of a very small pot as opposed to sharing in something far larger. But again, that is the complexity of the situation. And I believe that, again, this is really a matter that is at a pay grade higher, certainly than mine.
Thank you. My final question.
I would just want to add, however, when it comes to emergencies, functional cooperation happens in a New York minute, whether it is a hurricane, an earthquake, very quickly, ships, goods, help, assistance, bringing children over to different countries to make sure they get an education. When there's a cry for help, they quickly understand functional cooperation and they make it work. We just got to translate it to these bigger things that really will take us forward.
Thank you. There's a line of thought that suggests that that we do tend to be good, especially in economics. We respond to crisis, and we seem to have perfected that. The next level now is to be able to prevent crisis by the way that we cooperate. And so I'm hoping that that can be further seen for the benefit of all people. Because when I think about some of our sisters and brothers in the Eastern Caribbean, there are real benefits that they enjoy to the cooperation. And I'm encouraged, I have not heard too much recently about it, but I'm encouraged by the efforts around the single rate for mobile communications. And I hope that these are the real things that CARICOM turns its attention to that can really benefit people where it matters and can keep with them some disposable income so they don't have to pay as much for the things that we do every day so that they can spend their resources on other things. The final question that I have has to do with our approach to technology and the case that we are making to the international community for some of the technological issues that bedevil us. What do I mean? Now, we have continued to have challenges with the way that Barbadians can show up online, the way that we can do business on online platforms. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that those who are making the decisions with respect to technology and the regulation of those tech spaces are in other places, driven by other legislation in other jurisdictions. And really, while this may not be a strict country-to-country bilateral conversation, it really is a conversation that has to take place at a different level. And so we know that the future of trade is really how people relate to each other online. If you're not on Amazon, Alibaba, on these major platforms, you're not in anything. And for a lot of our business people, that is where they want to be. But there are tremendous barriers to be able to operate equally with other vendors and other business people in those spaces. So my question for you, Minister, is what is the level of representation that we are making to be able to move that needle? What is the capacity for us as a country or as a region to be able to be involved in some of this technology regulation, which is really, as are the Bretton Woods institutions, really controlled by larger powers, but that control is causing our commercial sectors to be at a disadvantage in those online spaces. What is the next step in liberalizing that space so that people here in Barbados who are creating content online, who are trading products online, can truly, really benefit from a global marketplace?
Honourable Member, much like our colleague from Christchurch West this morning, you have invited me to go into a domain that is not strictly speaking within the four corners of the business of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. I do know that some of our officers have attended conferences, for example, on the digital economy, and one of them is the Director of Trade, and I'm going to give her an opportunity to share some thoughts if she cares to on this matter. But just out of an abundance of caution, I want to say that a number of the things you've raised would fall within the context of what is being discussed at or should be discussed, and the International Telecommunications Union, the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization, etc. And they fall more within the domain of our friend who is minister responsible for industry, and equally it would fall within the domain of CAIPO. But having said that, you deserve an answer because you're raising a very important matter. Before you rebut,
No, I just wanted to clarify that these are matters that were raised during UNCTAD 15. These are matters that are squarely within the realm of trade and development. In particular, because the future of trade is in these online platforms. So it's not necessarily a telecommunications issue, it is a technology issue. And I see some of your officers may be agreeing with me. I won't tell you which ones. But I do encourage us to turn our minds to the discussion, and I would be grateful for any conversation we can have on that matter.
Well, and as you would appreciate, Honourable Member, I have a duty to be guided by my most senior officer. She who sits next to me shares my thoughts. But it might be a good thing if we heard from Mr. Carlos Wharton, as well as the Director of Trade on this matter, because I accept that there are trade-related issues. I think the real issue is here how they are managed and where from, because they do not, strictly speaking, fall within the remit of that which we do. Ms. Seeley?
Thank you very much, Minister. And this topic is very interesting, having recently participated in a workshop on the digital economy with an emphasis on the legal background of things. And it really opened our eyes to the situation in the country, as there are many moving parts, some of which are in place. There are some which are desired, but there is a dire need, I must say, to bring all these moving parts together as it relates to the digital economy. There are parts which fall under the ministry responsible for industry. There are parts which fall under customs, parts which fall under the Office of the Attorney General, business. There are many ministries, and the workshop opened our eyes that we would have thought maybe it probably fell within one or two. But at the national level, we would wish to follow up at the appropriate time, and I believe it's sooner than later, on mapping a strategy to implement a digital economy in Barbados, which I believe would take into account some of the concerns you have raised relative to opportunities for businesses, services providers, the security side of things. There's also the acceptance of digitally generated paper documents, business documents. And I think if we want to really transcend Barbados' trade to another level, it would be remiss of us not to seize the opportunity to fully implement the digital economy. One other aspect I would wish to raise is the existence of the Caribbean Telecoms Union in the region. And this is a regional institution which played a central part in brokering the agreement between, I believe, the two major phone companies in the region to bring the rates down as it relates to voice and data, and the role which they can play in executing just what you have identified, articulated. They can play, not necessarily executing, but playing a meaningful supporting role in helping the region to get to where it needs to get. I know as well the heads have been looking at generating jobs, I believe, digital jobs, especially for the youth of this region. So just to say it is something which is receiving our attention at different levels. It's being prioritized by the heads, and I believe shortly be prioritized at the national level. I will turn over now to my colleague, Mr. Wharton.
Thank you, Director. Honourable Member, Chair, the question in relation to technology transfer is a very complex one, but it definitely was a very sour bone of contention during the UNCTAD 15 negotiations, where on the one hand, you would have developing countries seeking greater access to IP-related information, seeking greater access to technologies, and the owners of the technology, often from the developed countries, being reticent in providing such access or source codes. So if one were to ask me what should Barbados, or by extension CARICOM, do with respect to improving their access to technologies, yes, it is important to have a common front in international organizations like UNCTAD that is responsible for looking at trade and technology transfer. But I would also internally conduct some kind of audit in terms of what technologies are required for us to improve GDP, or for us to ensure that we have factories and workplaces that are fit for a 21st century business environment. You need to figure out who produces these technologies, or who can help you in some kind of innovation program to produce these type of technologies. And rather than go the multilateral route, you may have to consider going the bilateral route and using South-South cooperation initiatives and techniques to woo potential partners to either share the technology or to license the technology on some commercial basis. But that would be my suggestions, Honourable Member, with respect to transfer technology and making some movements in that space. Thanks.
I would just like to add one comment to that. Something that is of concern to me has been the issue of big data. And when you look at the negotiations going on across the world, you are constantly seeing coming up in those discussions the issue of cooperation around big data, because at the end of the day, whoever controls the data and the information about what you do and what you like and how you operate online, etc., all of those things are going to give the owners or the persons with access to that data a superior advantage in terms of their positioning in the next level of economic growth. And that is what is of concern to me, and that is why I feel very, very strongly that one of the things we need to be carefully discussing with our South-South partners is being able to establish those types of online platforms and to look at how we are going to take control of our data and be able to use it to position for economic growth and development. Otherwise, what will happen, just like in the early days, the control of the ships, the control of the finance led to the dominance of certain countries in the world economic system. And if we are to have a fighting chance to be a part of the wealth, we are going to have to rethink how we're going to deal with data and who we engage with and how we engage. So I share your
Thanks, ministers and team. Chair, those are all my questions today.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for St. Michael West.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's good evening by now, Honourable Ministers and team. Congratulations to you, Senior Minister, on your appointment to what is a very important ministry. So I'm sure there's no question in all my colleagues' minds of the importance of this ministry at this time in our history. They say that uncertainty is a new certainty in this current global environment. This uncertain world that we live in permeates every facet of our lives, whether it's economic uncertainty, uncertainty in peace and security, food insecurity, and obviously uncertainty in climate. So, sir, there's no doubt in my mind that this particular ministry holds the utmost importance to Barbadians due to these factors. And as you said in the well, for the first time, being in the well for the first time is important in educating and sensitizing Barbadians to this importance, especially for a small island developing state at this time in our uncertain world. So the issue with being at the tail end of the bargain is that most of my questions were already answered. So I just have one question for you, sir. So you're the perfect person, the ideal individual actually to answer this question, specifically because of your previous portfolio as the Minister of Energy. So as a small island developing states, we are the least offenders when it comes to affecting climate change, but we suffer the most from the ravages. And as you said earlier, through the Honourable Prime Minister's efforts, this small nation has become somewhat of a moral authority on this issue, representing really and truly all small island developing states. Quite recently, it's been brought to my attention that Barbados actually ranks in the top 5 and top 10 in terms of renewable energy penetration, projects penetrations per capita in the world, which when it was said to me, it was quite an amazing thing. We have a strong history when it comes to solar panels, but now we're up there with PV, which is quite the accomplishment. So there are few large local producers that would like to accumulate and trade in carbon credits in concert with their carbon reduction projects. We know that these credits were first developed as part of the UN framework on climate change and the Kyoto Protocol, which has since expired and has been replaced by the Paris Accord. So, sir, can you advise large local installers on the status of trading these carbon credits under this agreement? Thank you.
I think that the question of trade in carbon credits probably would be answered better than I can if I were to direct you to Mr. Tyrone Brathwaite, who is perhaps the closest thing that we have to the in-house specialist on that particular matter. But before I go there, I would simply say to you that you are right. There is first of all, there's a very clear-cut achievement that this country has made with respect to investment in solar PV and the penetration of solar PV in Barbados now perhaps is the highest in the hemisphere outside of the United States of America. The need for us now to go to the next step to build the relationship between, as you quite rightly say, the trade in credits and the investment which is being made is the missing link in this, perhaps. Is Mr. Brathwaite at the microphone? Yeah. Okay, he is now at a microphone, and I will give him the opportunity to speak to this.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Senior Minister. Thank you, Minister MP Gibbs. The matter of carbon trading and those kinds of issues are really technical issues, not necessarily falling under the portfolio of the Foreign Ministry. More those would fall to Minister Ford's, I believe, his ministry as the technical leads on the climate change portfolio. So unfortunately, I am not in a position to answer your very pertinent and very searching question. So I shall have to defer. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honourable Representative. A little bit like the previous questions, this ministry is very much in the forefront of representing Barbados's interests. We know that. We've spent several hours discussing that. What is key in this representation is that there's a coordination and sharing of information between ministries, amongst ministries, so that where the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is at the table, is in the negotiations, what we're articulating are policies which might not be born from this ministry, but which we would have become aware of. And our key contribution in this instance is that we are saying to the technicians who are talking about the trading carbon credits, we understand what you're saying. You tell us rather what you want, and we will tell you how to negotiate this, or we will negotiate this for you in the international arena. We will work the alliances that Barbados has as a small island developing state, as a member of any other grouping that you might wish to mention, AOSIS, Commonwealth, any grouping where they're like-minded states, where there's a body of, for want of a word, negotiating strength, and we will help negotiate these things. Also, it's partly, so there's that aspect that this is what we do, which is why it sounds as if we can't answer you directly, but we envelop the issues and we take it to the outside world. And then we also advocate on the interests, on these said things. And it could be here with international civil NGO organizations. For example, we all know here that Barbados has sat and talked about debt for nature swaps, and we've tried different things. There are many aspects which swirl around this. So that's where our strength is, that's where our role is, and not necessarily speaking to you about the technical details of trading carbon credits. So I hope that will satisfy you, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I look forward to you adopting at some point to your agenda and working with other agencies so that we can get that, see some comfort for large installers of solar PV. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for St. John.
Thank you, Chair. I have one question for the ministers, sports related. From time to time, I have been asked, and the Honourable Member for St. James South would have assisted, in sorting visas for persons who are on the national team and having some difficulties in getting those visas. Recent time, one of the national federations would have asked an officer at my ministry to assist with sorting visas for a national team that was coming, for our team that was coming from Africa. I just want to know the process of having these visas sorted, or which area in your ministry I can link to have a direct contact in a situation where we have one, like I said, a national team member who is without a visa, or two, a team that is coming in and requests assistance in relation to that. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir. In the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, there's a Consular Relations Division which processes visas, the role of which in regard to visas is primarily to process it on behalf of Barbadian government officials or representatives traveling overseas. There are indeed instances where we get requests pertaining to incoming delegations, groups of delegations, be it for a meet, what you mentioned, a sports meet. Often it's for a conference. And the ministry is, can be instrumental in receiving those and conveying the request for the visas to the Immigration Department, because at the end of the day, Foreign Affairs cannot issue visas, but we can be the interlocutor between an entity or a country who is seeking to send people to Barbados for an event. And be conveyed to Ministry of Immigration.
Sorry, Chair, I really am not hearing what the PS is saying. I'm not hearing you at all.
All right. I'm sorry. I think I was trying to see you and still speak. I apologize. Let me just concentrate on speaking.
Yes, do that. Speak into the chair and he will listen.
Thank you for that guidance, Chair. What I was trying to say is that the Ministry of, let me go to the bottom line. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs does not issue visas. But what we do serve as is as an interlocutor. We can serve as an interlocutor through the consular division in terms of receiving from outside entities an indication that they have, because of any sort of meeting or gathering in Barbados, there are a set of individuals who need to travel to Barbados who require visas. Part of when there's a meeting held in Barbados of whatever nature is the conversation as to whether visas will be issued on arrival or whether they have to be issued, people have to come with a visa in their passport. And Foreign Affairs can be part of that conversation with the Immigration Department, which is the department that has responsibility for the issuance of visas for entry into Barbados. Is that clearer, Chair?
Yes, it is. So I just have my PS send correspondence to you requesting the clearance. Is that what you're saying? Or is there a particular department within the ministry that the correspondence should go to?
I would like to suggest that, as with the norm for intra-ministerial communication, it be addressed to the permanent secretary, and it can be copied to the consular division. Unfortunately, we have just seen that, I can't call a name because we've just seen that colleague leave on Friday for pre-retirement leave, and we've not yet settled on the replacement. But if it's sent to the permanent secretary, I think that is the best route that I would like to suggest. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Before the Honourable Minister wraps up, having listened to the entire discussion and to the PS for that ministry a short while ago, I'm still concerned about what is in place for members of parliament. Do we plan to set up a facility, saying that you're dealing with foreign affairs and members of parliament travel from time to time? I know we are accommodated with the use of the Grace Adams suite, etc., but before you get to that point, will there be a facility set up, or could we consider where all members of parliament in terms of traveling will be facilitated? Because applying for a visa sometimes can be the process is very difficult and very tedious. And I believe that if you're at this stage and with this status, that it should be facilitated. Does the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have any plans to, or could consider setting up a facility that this would be easily facilitated?
Thank you, Chair. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is always active in assisting members, government representatives when they go on business, when they're traveling on behalf of Barbados. The international norms make it difficult for us to do so when it's a tourist-related trip. And this is often because there are different types of visas that are being requested, and the countries, and I don't really want to call a country's name here now, but they wish to have explicit written identification of what meeting someone is going to, etc. And there's that. There are those parameters within which we work in terms of assisting with the issuance of visas for entry into foreign countries on behalf of anyone. With regard to the use of the Grace Adams suite, the VIP lounge, with the Minister's agreement, I'd like to convey that question to the Chief of Protocol, Ms. Risa Lane.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chairman, Honourable Members. My name is Risa Lane. I'm the Acting Chief of Protocol, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Yes, Honourable Chairman, members of Parliament are allowed the use of the Grace Adams suite when travelling abroad. I believe some of you already submit requests for use of the suite. What we urge persons to do is to submit the request at least 48 hours in advance of the proposed travel. That way we are able to facilitate you in the best way we can. But yes, you are allowed the use of the Grace Adams suite, and I'm not sure if you had any other specific questions in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, you may wrap up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and let me also extend my thanks to all honourable members who participated in this discussion, and obviously also my thanks to Minister Husbands and the rest of the team here with me. Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade absolutely relishes this first opportunity that we have had to participate in this tangible way in the debate on the estimates of revenue and expenditure
for the government of Barbados. This year, we were allocated a sum of $65,608,446 in the estimates of revenue and expenditure for this financial year. And as you have heard, sir, that money has been dedicated in part to what I would wish to call a robust prosecution of Barbados's international trade objectives. We have discussed today some important issues relating to the preserving of policy space for Barbados to pursue a trade strategy in order to boost opportunities for growth. We've also been able to discuss today the importance for us to continue to negotiate agreements which enhance Barbados's trade and development opportunities. We've touched on the question, I think the vital question of South-South engagement and the need to locate investment and trade opportunities in the South, new opportunities, and of course the fostering of relationships, Mr. Chairman, which again advance our local development interests and our trade prospects. All of these things that we are talking about have taken place within a context. We just heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael West made the point that the context in which we live is one of uncertainty. The global trade environment itself has been a very volatile and unpredictable place over the last few years, born largely out of the COVID pandemic and the impact of that pandemic. But of course, all of the things which we have had to live through, the disruption that has been of a logistical nature and has led to increasing prices for key inputs and commodities, the shortages of key products, food and food production insecurity, mounting transportation costs, which are a byproduct of the Kremlin's war, and which has impacted the entire world, quite frankly. And all the while, we've been grappling with the other things which are fundamental to our existence. The question of climate change, the difficulties, sir, in correspondent banking relationships, and I could go on and on. There are a litany of challenges, many of which are unprecedented, but we soldier manfully on with a view to trying to confront and overcome all of them in the interest of the people of Barbados. It is for this reason, sir, that we so relish the opportunity to have had this engagement, because I think if there's been a takeaway today from me, it has been that listening to my colleagues, there are obviously questions being asked out there and being posed in here on behalf of their constituents, which relate to why we do the things we do and the merits of doing the things we do. And I hope, sir, that that has been something that now has been adequately and successfully answered. So having welcomed the opportunity and thanked colleagues for participating, sir, I am now indebted to you for your patience in relating to me as the leader of this team, and for your very competent management of this process. I salute you, sir, and I ask that Head 32 stand part.
The question is that Head 32 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Honorable Member for Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I now beg to move that you report progress to His Honor the Speaker, and beg permission to sit again.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honor the Speaker and ask for leave to sit again. All honorable members in favor, they say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honourable member for Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that this honourable chamber be now suspended till tomorrow the 7th, Tuesday the 7th at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honourable chamber be suspended until Tuesday, the 7th day of March, 2023 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until Tuesday, the 7th day of March, 2023 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.